folks, I did my best to
save it.
That bus running up.
Jeez. Oh my goodness. Jeez, what? Damn it, the bus is leaving. I thought the bus was leaving. Finally found one. Oh.
Where's Graham?
Things inside the cabin. There's trees and things whizzing past us.
Whizzing.
Yeah, 20 kilometres an hour maximum speed. So it's not really whizzing.
Whizzing is
stretching. No worries, enjoy your tour.
Thank you.
And your lunch, yeah, it's a great place for lunch sitting up here.
Thank you.
No worries.
On the coast. Just one moment, folks. Excuse me. Can you always keep on the left-hand side of the road, please? Thank you. And what happened was the skipper kept coming. He thought that he had plenty of water in front of him. His helmet just on the other side of it. That would be the best viewing position for watching whales during September, October, November. So if you come back during those months, try and get that spot, sit there for a couple of hours, you'll see literally dozens of whales going past. So on the left here, this is called Catherine Bay. It's one of our favourite bays to come to as well. When my beautiful wife turned 60 on the 11th of April, we came over to Rottnest. That was a Thursday. We had my daughter, her husband and my two beautiful little granddaughters on board. We had 2 nights there. And Catherine Bay is always very good for catching crays. Well, we set the pots the first night. Guess what? The next morning we had none. Using our service today. You've been a beautiful crowd, very responsive, and I do appreciate that. And thank you very much, folks, and I do wish you well for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. At this time of the day, also they accumulate underneath these big Moreton Bay figs. You might see a few drunk Quokkas around the place, folks, if they stay here too long. Folks, if you do want something to eat, if you go straight ahead and turn left, that will take you into the main settlement area. We're just going to go very softly here. If people could keep an eye out on the left, that would be appreciated. This lady, can you encourage that one to move? Can you encourage that one to move? Thank you. Righto. Oh, very good job, young lady.
Oh,
Right.
no,
See,
no.
that's what they do. Let me know if it goes anywhere near the world. Very, very strategic during the Second World War. It's where the women of the Royal Australian Navy were accommodated. Would you believe? There were 500
Thank you very much. Well done.
I'll see you this afternoon.
It's 5 minutes there, but don't know how many minutes I might have walked past. Hello. It's quite good. Good of whoever did those. Well done. Just planted some tracks for us. Yippee! You see how easy it is just to mount and move. Whoa, well done. Yeah, somebody broke off. Wonder which equipment they used to do that. Yeah, because this is quite a high point going down. So yeah, it is, and the slope is quite intense, so it's good. All right, so this is what it looks like. The sun is so that is where we would like to go, down there. Well, I wouldn't say that we have come late. There is no sun today, unlike yesterday. Yeah, where did the sun go? This is afternoon time. But I don't know, maybe if you come in early in the morning, but still you would be putting yourself at risk coming in the morning. right, I think that should conclude the 360 view of the bell tower. I am now off to Rottnest Island. Yeah, the weather is coming good today. Maybe 1 or 2 possible showers, but they haven't closed or cancelled any of the planned event for today at the island. So I should be in a good position to show you guys what I can show you guys within the limits of what can be shown, and I hope I'm able to deliver on the showcasing for you guys. And yes, I believe that should do it. I don't need to go again 360. I think I've done more than enough on here. And yes, I believe my train should be leaving in, or not leaving, boarding in how many minutes time? In about 4 minutes time. So I should just make my way. I'm using the Ferry Express anyways. Ferry Express. Rottnest Ferry Express for today. So yeah, so if you've enjoyed as I head to my destination, looks like there is a lot of people going on to the Chinese tourists. But anyways, if you've enjoyed, you know what to do. Kindly assist, help out, hit the like button. This food for the YouTube. I'll go. And what else? If this is your first time on here, we do things like this on a regular basis, on a daily basis to be precise. So please do pledge your allegiance to us so that the effort can reflect the numbers, yes, respectively. And I've just spotted the famous landmark bridge. Yeah, that guy scared me. Jeez, bro. Don't know why he shouted. I thought something was coming to hit me. Why did that guy over there in orange shout? Anyways, yes, we do things like this on a regular basis. And yeah, let me get out of the way. I should be able to explore that side later on, either today at night when I'm back, although I'll be coming back from Fremantle. Or maybe I can do that tomorrow before I eventually leave Perth. And yes, what else have I missed? Because I do digress quite a lot. So yeah, that's the ferry for today. Oh, sorry about that. Take care. Yeah, somebody had a bad fall, so I had to shift my camera. Yeah, that's the lady who had a bad fall. So yeah, I had to shift the camera away from her. I hope I didn't capture that moment of her falling. Oh yeah, that's kind of oh, that was a bad trip. Yeah, absolutely not good. Oh. Oof. Yeah, absolutely nasty. I sympathize with her. Anyways, I believe it's 8:15, so people are boarding. Not too sure how the boarding process is gonna be, but let me get my things ready and then be on my way. Let me get out my boarding pass. So yes, I will be coming back through Fremantle. I don't know whether that was a mistake because I don't know what I'm gonna do at Fremantle, so we'll see. Thou shalt not fear. Pigeons. Quite a robust ferry. How are you? Is this big enough? Okay, I think I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going over. I can put it in the playground if you want.
Sorry. All of them wet, yes.
Really wet.
They are flooded.
Oh, this one is not.
Extremely flooded.
Service to Rottnest today.
barge service to Rottnest. River cruise between here and Fremantle. We'll be underway in about 15 minutes. This boat's got 2 levels. The whole boat's no smoking or vaping. Welcome to see wherever you like. There's an upstairs area with indoor and outdoor seats. Plenty of seats indoors as well. Toilets on this boat are on the lower level at the front of the boat. We'll be underway shortly. Welcome aboard. Anybody would like a nice hot cup of tea or coffee or a hot chocolate maybe? Warm up on this morning? Maybe you had one coffee and you feel like another one. Our snack bar is open at the back of the boat on the lower level. Remember Sophie's there. Also got fresh muffins from the cafe just here. We do have a coffee and muffin special.
Breathtaking. Together, let's journey beyond.
Flooded seats. Flooded, sorry to scare you, but if you put your hand on there, it's flooded. It's too wet. Trying to save them. It's not nice when you have your pump flooded the whole day. Flooded seats. Flooded.
crew, Rottnest Express, welcome aboard Sea Eagle Express for our journey down the Swan River and across to Rottnest Island today. My name is Malcolm. Once we share the safety video with you, a little bit of other information, I'll be having a chat with you about this beautiful Swan River. We're going to be travelling down it today. There are speed restrictions in place. We'll observe those, but it'll create a perfect opportunity for the river cruise that's in front of us. I'll be telling you about not just this river, a bit about this city, this state, and a whole heap more. It's a very beautiful river. We're very lucky to have this river flowing right through the heart of our city. It's not an accident. This river is the reason that Perth is built where it is. Now this boat has 2 levels, so welcome to Silver River. There is no smoking or vaping anywhere. The toilets are on the lower level at the front of the boat. Fully licensed, like a beer, wine, soft drink, maybe a tea or coffee. Our licensed snack bar is open at the back of the boat on the rear level. We open for our journey down the river this morning and across the ocean to Fremantle. So here's the plan for the next hour or so. It'll take us an hour to head or to travel down the river this morning through to Fremantle. I'll get there about 9:45 to Beachshed, Fremantle, and there we will make a short stop, take on some more passengers. Scheduled departure of Basin, Fremantle is 10 o'clock, and it's half an hour across the open ocean to Rottnest Island. About to display a safety video screens around the boat. Ask you to please pay attention to this. Welcome aboard.
If you are unsure of the closest exit, there are safety information plans located throughout the vessel. Or just ask one of our friendly crew.
For your safety, it is important that we always have clear access to all areas of the vessel. We have to ask you, please make sure we have clear access to the aisles at all times. Please not sit on the floor or obstruct emergency exits. When walking around the vessel at any time, please make sure you hold onto the handrails around the vessel. Throughout the boat, there is life-saving and firefighting devices, including life-ring stations, located around the outside passenger areas of the vessel. So we ask that you please not touch or tamper with this equipment.
We have 2 types of adults life jackets that can be found on our vessels. These are located under each of the seats, while children's life jackets can be found in clearly marked locations around the vessel. The first type of life jacket is filled with straps around the waist and secured at the bow at the front. The other type is pulled between the legs and
emergency, the life jackets are located at the counter to
children's
the
life jackets
seats.
can be found in
Once they
clearly marked
unfold,
locations
your
around the
head will
vessel.
go through the only
Please note
hole.
that the symbol for children's life jackets is
And
different
then you
from
want to put your
adults.
arms through these
Pretty
loops
much
on
all,
either
please ask
side.
one of our friendly
Pull down on those straps nice and tight, cross it around behind your back, and then
No.
Enjoy the river, guys.
Thank you.
On the side of the jacket, you'll find a whistle if you need to get some. Please remain calm and wait for further instructions from the crew. If the order to abandon ship has been given by the captain, please head to the nearest assembly area or destination evacuation point as instructed by the crew. The crew will then ask you to enter the water. First check to see if you are clear to enter. You will then need to take a large step away from the vessel, landing feet first whilst pulling down on the jacket. Once in the water, swim well clear of the vessel to the nearest life raft or designated area.
Lastly, please be reminded that there's no smoking of any kind on board our vessel. This includes e-cigarettes and applies to all indoor and outdoor. All toilets are fitted with smoke detectors and alarms, so please refrain from smoking on board.
Now sit back, relax, and enjoy your journey.
Thank you for paying attention to the safety video. And as the city of Perth disappears behind us, we just passed under the Narrows Bridge. That's actually 3 bridges. The original one on the Perth side, 1954, that was built, and it was at the time the longest pre-stressed, pre-passed concrete bridge in the world. We added a second freeway bridge in 2001 that doubled the capacity of the freeway to the south of Perth. And in 2005, nearly 20 years ago, we added a pair of train tracks, a little bridge in the middle. Perth now has a commuter railway line that goes all the way to Mandurah to the south of Perth. This city has a population now exceeding 2 million people. Mandurah used to be a holiday town on the coast to the south of Perth, about an hour away. Well, it's now a city in its own right. You can live in Mandurah on the coast, travel to Perth by train. The smart people catch the train. Take you about an hour, cost you $5 because public transport fares aren't capped. Before we go any further, I wish to acknowledge the Wadjemup Lighthouse people as the traditional custodians of these lands we now call Perth. They know this river as Durbil Yerrigan. And Durbil Yerrigan means freshwater turtle dreaming. And we are travelling across today to the island they call Wadjemup. And Wadjemup means the place over the water where the spirits go. And I pay my respects to the Aboriginal elders, past and present. There on your right hand side, that big red brick terracotta roofed building is the old Swan Brewery. Swan Lager was brewed there for 100 years, beginning in 1879. They use the murky water out of the river. That's why Swan Lager tastes as bad as it does. Actually, guys, don't tell a fib. The reason they built the brewery right there was to take advantage of a freshwater spring or stream flowing out of the hill behind it, so they could use that fresh spring water to make their beer. So in reality, they've got no excuse for the bad beer. I was born in Swan District Hospital in the upper reaches of this river, and I grew up with a jetty at the end of my street. I spent my summer holidays playing in this river, doing swimming lessons in it, and my Boy Scout group had a boat shed on the river. We did canoeing and sailing. It's pretty special to me that as we travel down this river together this morning, have a look around you, see how many different ways you can spot Perth people out and about enjoying the beautiful Swan River and river banks. I can see some people cycling and jogging there on your right hand side, but we'll likely see some people doing a bit of fishing, kayaking and other water sports. Less so in winter, I get it. But maybe by the end of our short time together today, you'll get a sense of how special this river is for so many Perth people, and not just me. Well, you don't even have to be active. Look there on your right hand side, there's a jogger going along, but oh, they've stopped jogging. There's a person just sitting on the bench, enjoying the serenity, a bit of sunshine, as they park up under a couple of Norfolk Island pine trees. Do keep an eye out for dolphins. Our researchers have identified about 25 individual dolphins who reside here in the river. Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphins with a healthy population, males, females, adults, babies. They get everything they need to spend their lives here in this river. On your right hand side there is the vegetated bushland, or the bushland of Kings Park. It started as we went under the Narrows Bridge there. Mount Eliza overlooks Perth City. On top of Mount Eliza is the War Memorial. It's a popular place for Perth people to have picnics. 2/3 of Kings Park is native bushland in good condition, as you can see there. Kings Park at 1,000 acres, 400 hectares. Kings Park is one of the largest inner city parks in the world. The 2/3 of his bushland has paved walking trails through it, and with the growing city of Perth continuing to expand, urban sprawl, land clearing, it makes sanctuaries like Kings Park increasingly important for the plants and animals of Perth. One of the things you can find in Kings Park is the botanic gardens. And you can wander around the WA Botanic Gardens, surround yourself with 3,000 species of Western Australian plants. Now 3,000 is a lot, but it's only a quarter of the plants here in Western Australia. This is a recognised global biodiversity hotspot. There are an incredible range of plants and animals in the southwest corner of WA. One of the flowers you can find growing in Kings Park is the kangaroo paw. Each spring, the bushland in Kings Park explodes into colour, and the red and green kangaroo paw, that distinctive flower, is the floral emblem of Western Australia. Our bird emblem is the black swan. Keep an eye out for them today. We'll likely see some here on the river. It is the Swan River after all. Now on your right hand side, in front of the high-rise apartments, there is the Blue Boat Shed. It's the famous hashtag Blue Boat Shed. And there it is, that iconic and off-photograph building. We'll be seeing it from the opposite direction from all those photos on social media. Also on the right hand side, cast your eyes further around to the left, is a rowing club boat shed on the waterfront. Look behind that is a clock tower. It belongs to Winthrop Hall, and it is part of the University of Western Australia, or as we call it, UWA. Now UWA was begun in 1913. It was at the time the first university in the British Commonwealth to offer free education, and that meant that university education was available on merit and not just wealth. Now, more than 100 years later, we know that education is not free. The UWA is one of 5 universities in Perth. With 18,000 students, it is our largest. A couple of famous alumni of UWA include entertainer Tim Minchin and former Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke. Now, the clock tower has become obscured by some Norfolk Island pine trees. They are planted out in the outline of a Gothic cathedral to form an area known as Somerville Auditorium. The blank space within them, surrounded by the pine trees, is where Perth people go in summertime, sit in deck chairs and watch outdoor cinema among the pines. But Somerville Auditorium honours William Somerville. It was he that is responsible for Rottnest Island being an A-class reserve. More than 100 years ago, at the turn of last century, the government wanted to privatise the island. William Somerville thought that was a terrible idea, and he worked long and hard against that, and in 1917 it was declared an A-class reserve. It still is that, so as you explore the island today, bicycle, on foot or on a bus tour, thank William Somerville for that freedom. Now the 1980s in Perth were a time of corrupt businessmen and equally corrupt politicians. Many of these people ended up in jail, including 2 state premiers. One of these businessmen, and later jailbirds, was Alan Bond, the man we knew as Bondy. Well, in 1983, Bondy bankrolled the Australia 2 racing yacht, armed with its top secret revolutionary winged keel. It went across to the New York Yacht Club and beat the Americans and won the America's Cup. It was a best of 7 series. It came down to the wire. winning that America's Cup, that big silver cup, travelled halfway around the world to its new home there on your right hand side, the Royal Perth Yacht Club. Now, the race took that final race because it came down to the best of 7, last race, do or die. Not literally. Now, the race was 5 a.m. local time. Those yacht club members didn't get up early. They stayed up partying all night long. And their guest of honour was no less than our Prime Minister, Bob Hawke. And on the successful winning of that race, Bob Hawke had a few beers, but that was Bob. Gave an impromptu address to the nation, and he said, any boss who sacks a worker for not coming in today is a bum. Perhaps that's Bob Hawke's most famous quote. I get a feeling he didn't want to go to work that day. Now, on your right hand side is Pelican Point. Usually don't see pelicans on it. What I can see today is black swans. That's now a nature sanctuary. We get some birds that fly here to the Swan River from as far away as Siberia. For them, that's a return journey of about 13,000 kilometres. See how far it is, the word gets out, the Swan River is a nice place to come and hang out. Now, most of our journey this morning is at a river cruise speed. There are speed restrictions in place, and that's to protect boats in Penrith and also the riverbanks. We're now on a spot called Melville Water. It's the widest part of the river, and your skipper's likely to pick up the speed soon. I'm going to pause my commentary during that time, so I'm not talking over the increased engine noise, and I'll resume my commentary once we slow down in a few minutes' time. But in the meantime, you can find me next to the snack bar, pick my brains about Rotto, ask me any questions, help us help you have a fantastic day on Rotto. We do have seats available on our 90-minute Discover Rottnest bus tour. 90 minutes will take you right around the island, you get spectacular views, spend some time at the West End, surrounded by the Indian Ocean. We do have spots available on that bus tour. If you'd like to join us, you can catch up with me at the snack bar. Be back shortly. Thank you. Slowed the speed down as from this point the river narrows, and from here we're going to follow the final twists and turns of this river as it snakes its way through to Fremantle. Now, the Aboriginal people have been in this region more than 50,000 years. The first Europeans to visit this river were Dutchmen. Willem de Vlaming visited here in 1697. They'd gone first to the island we're visiting today, but it didn't have a name for them. They went ashore looking for fresh water. They found Quokkas. They didn't know what Quokkas were. They thought they were giant rats. And so in Old Dutch, they called it Rottnest Island, which means Rat's Nest Island. They came across here and explored this river, and they found black swans. So they called it the Black Swan River. On your left-hand side, reaching out nearly a kilometre from Point Walter, is the Point Walter sand spit. You can see it there. There's an island on the end. It's a refuge for resting and nesting birds. It's a bird sanctuary. And on a very low tide, you can actually see the sandbar all the way. On your right hand side, there's a waterfront restaurant. And to the left of it is a shed with a sign on the side that says Swan Canoe Club. The nearly 400 members of the Swan Canoe Club are just one example of the many sporting groups who exist at their facilities here on the Swan River. These are groups of people who get together to enjoy the river in their own favourite way. got 10 sailing clubs, rowing clubs, canoe club, even a dragon boat club. On your right hand side, there's the vegetated limestone cliffs of Mosman. They plunge down into the water and keep going. There on your right hand side is the deepest part of the Swan River. Under one of those yellow moorings on your right hand side there, you can dive on a shipwreck that is 23 metres deep. 23 metres is the deepest part of the Swan River. The average depth is only 4.9 metres. In most places, this river is very shallow. Now on your right hand side, the first property you can see there on the hill, after the vegetated cliffs, there's a group of houses belongs to the Clough family. 3 generations ago, Clough gave their name to the eponymous engineering firm, Clough Engineering. And it was Clough Engineering who built the original narrowed bridge that we passed under today. And the concrete bridge we will pass under as we head into Fremantle was also built by Clough Engineering. Now the suburb on your right hand side is called Mosman. It is our most expensive properties. This is Millionaires Row. Look at the house on the waterfront here on your right hand side. 3 stories, orange roofs. That one belongs to Chris and Tia Ellison. Chris Ellison made lots of money with a company called Mineral Resources, MinRes, on the Australian Stock Exchange. The Ellisons purchased that in 2009 for a $22.5 million discount. I know, that's a lot of discount. It was on the market for $80 million, and they got it for the bargain price of $57.5 million. Now at the time that was Australia's most expensive residential property, and it is still Perth's most expensive house. If you want an insight into maybe some people having too much money though, the Ellisons have submitted a development proposal for that house and the one next door that they bought. They want to knock it all down, turn it back to a block of land and start all over again. Personally, I prefer the word philanthropy. But do you know what I love about this river, guys, is that 100% of the river and almost all of the riverbanks are public access land. Anybody could use this river. There's almost no private ownership of the banks either. So for example, on our right hand side there, Chitley Point, you can travel past those houses and find yourself at Chitley Point on the right hand side there. Look at that. She oak trees, grass, sandy beach, picnic tables and barbecues. And almost nobody else to share it with. You could head down there somewhere so beautiful and have it to yourself. The best locations are public. Look on your left hand side, and that is the 20-acre bush reserve. 50 hectares of bushland. No. 6 hectares. Anyway, 20 acres of bushland. That's Point Walter. There's a 9-hole public golf course in there. It's also a popular place for Perth people to have picnics. Those limestone cliffs on your left hand side. Black Ball Reach. Jumping off them is a popular rite of passage for Perth teenagers. Head on down there and dare each other to jump off. They don't look very high from here, but trust me, standing on top looking down it feels like it. But jumping off the cliffs of Black Ball Reach into the deep water below is relatively safe. It's the second deepest part of the Swan River. And it's the deep water below Black Ball Reach that makes it a popular spot for scuba diving. Something that I like to do is to night dive in this river. I grab my scuba gear, camera, a buddy and a torch. A torch is always good if you're diving at night. And jump in and see what we can find. It's something that I often find and like to photograph are the West Australian seahorses. That's right, we've got our own species of seahorse. And it's one of the largest in the world. They're common in this part of the river, especially in summer when they pair up to breed. Seahorses are actually a fish. They've got gills. They just don't look like a fish. One of the interesting things about seahorses, it's the males who carry the babies. He has a pouch on his belly, a bit like a kangaroo does, I suppose. She puts her eggs into his pouch. There he fertilizes them, and just under 2 weeks later, he'll give birth to some live little baby seahorses. This happens every fortnight over a few months of summer. So we've got seahorses, we've got dolphins, people fishing, chasing things like blue swimmer, blue manna crabs. Tailor mulloway are targeted species in the river because surrounding us now is salt water. It's an estuary. It goes up and down on the tide. The salt water comes off the ocean at Fremantle. And so we have ocean creatures. But I told you earlier, the Aboriginal name for this island, is Derbil Yerrigan, which means freshwater turtle, dreaming. Now, how can you have freshwater turtles in a saltwater river? You can't, and you don't. But for thousands of years, this was a freshwater river. What changed was the building of Fremantle Harbour. In 1892 began the construction. Prior to this point, this river was quite unique around the world because it was blocked to the ocean by a natural limestone wall and just a small sandbar connected it to the ocean. It would remain blocked off and separated and fresh. And in all but times of high rainfall, when the river would flood, burst through that sandbar, drain out to the ocean, and then it would block up again, keeping this fresh. You would have had freshwater turtles. But to facilitate the building of Fremantle Harbour, the limestone wall was removed. So was the sandbar, and the harbour mouth, the river mouth, was dredged to form Fremantle Harbour. Well, there weren't environmental impact studies done in those days. And as you can guess, that has forever changed the ecology of this river because it now allows that ocean water to come in at Fremantle, giving us the salt water that surrounds us now. So the Swan River begins its journey nearly 300 kilometres upstream from here as the Avon River. Has its headwaters near the town of Pingelly. It meanders across the Avon Valley, passing through. Now the Avon Valley is the agricultural region to the east of Perth. And the Avon River passes through towns that were built along its banks. Towns such as Beverley, York, Northam and Tooje. And finally, it reaches the Darling Scarp. That's the row of hills to the east of Perth. We just call it the hills. And it plunges 300 metres down the Darling Scarp in a series of rapids and waterfalls, white water, and at the bottom changes names to the Swan River. And for the last 67 kilometres, it's the tidal estuary we're on now. Well, after de Vlaming visited here in 1697, the local Aboriginal people, the Wadjemup Lighthouse, were left alone by Europeans for more than 100 years. It wasn't until the early 1800s that Europeans showed up again. And one of those people was Captain James Stirling. He visited this river on behalf of the British government in 1827. He liked what he saw and he thought it would make a good place to have a free settlement. Went back to the UK, convinced the British Parliament of the merits of his idea. We now know that the British Parliament approved his expensive idea, based in part to thwart French colonial endeavours. Britain and France had been at war. The Napoleonic Wars were not long over, and neither country trusted the other one, and both knew that the other was investigating this continent with a view to colonising it. And so, Captain James Stirling returned 2 years later, 1829. He returned here with 3 ships and 500 people to begin the Swan River colony. They were free settlers. Everybody came with their own free will and paid their own way. Times were tough for those early settlers. By the 1840s, we still had no roads or decent infrastructure. So what they argued we needed was the free labour that convicts would provide. And in 1849, we received our first boatload of convicts. Over the next 20 years, we received just under 10,000 convicts. Now, the arrival of those convicts, though, caused quite a surprise, because we didn't know they were coming. Spare a thought for communication in the days of sailing ships. Now, we have mobile phones. Do tell me, have you ever got annoyed with somebody who didn't reply to your text immediately? I know, right? Well, back in the days of sailing ships, it was a 6-month journey between the UK and here, which means if you wrote someone a letter from England, even if that person here in Fremantle got the letter, replied straight away and popped it on the boat before it returned, the earliest you could expect to get your reply is about a year. Well, what happened on that 6-month journey was that the boatload of convicts overtook the boat in front of it that was bringing the news to Perth that we were getting convicts. So the first thing we knew we were getting convicts was we had a boatload of them that needed somewhere secure to be housed. Now, we did begin as the Swan River Colony. It later changed its name to Perth. Perth, Western Australia is named after Perth in Scotland. That honours Captain James Stirling's Scottish heritage. And I made a point of checking out Perth in Scotland, and I can assure you which of the two has better weather. Look around you now. This is winter in Perth, Western Australia. I went to Perth, Scotland in summer, and it was worse than our winter. Go figure. Now, this Western Australia is a massive state with an arid interior. It made exploration difficult and sometimes deadly. The lack of water will kill you. Then gold was discovered in the 1890s. It set off a gold rush, and people flocked to Western Australia, not just from all over Australia, but all over the world. The population of this state quadrupled in less than a decade. Now, in the late 1800s, the individual states of Australia operated independently. They still had their direct lines of authority back to Britain, and many states had their own stamps or currencies. However, something momentous happened. On the 1st of January 1901, the individual states of Australia federated. We became the Commonwealth of Australia. And so, as those individual state leaders put aside personal political ambitions, on the 1st of January 1901, the nation of Australia as we know it now was born. A lot has happened since then, but that's going to have to be a story for another day. Have a look on your right-hand side, across the water there. Look at those rocky limestone cliffs. We love lazy names here, because guess what we call that rocky bay there? Yeah, we call it Rocky Bay. You guys all got it in one. Before we built Fremantle Harbour, we had a long jetty sticking out from Fremantle. And guess what we called the long jetty? We called it the Long Jetty. Oh dear. Look at the houses there on your right hand side. Look at the big red brick building on the left end of it. During the first half of last century, that was the Burlap and Sons soap and candle factory. Soap and candles were manufactured there and exported widely. You'd have to think that that kept the hard-working wharfies of Fremantle clean and allowed them to see at night time. There's now apartments. Lots of candles. Western Australia being that huge state, we've got 13,000 kilometres of coastline. The Water Police, whose base is there on your right hand side, do a fantastic job keeping everybody safe and well behaved. By far their busiest day on the water between Fremantle and Rottnest. That body of water is called Gauge Roads. We'll be travelling over Gauge Roads today. But February, there is a date each year in February when the Rottnest Channel Swim is hosted. And on that date, a whole bunch of brave people attempt to swim nearly 20 kilometres across the open ocean to Rottnest Island. We start at Cottesloe Beach, just here on the mainland, swim across the open ocean to Thompson Bay, Rottnest. Thompson Bay is where we'll be arriving in today. So as we travel on a ferry, imagine having to swim. A successful solo swim, which is a challenge, entitles you to a number plate for your car. You can have a special number plate that says RCS, Rottnest Channel Swim, and then the number of solo swimmer that you are. And even now they're only up to the 3,300s. On your right hand side, that marina and the apartments behind it is called Pier 21. It was built in the 1980s as we were getting ready to host the America's Cup Defence in 1987. So winning the America's Cup in 1983, like I told you about, Australia 2, well, what happened in the 4 years that followed is it set off a whole bunch of frenzied activity. Okay, money flowed into renovations, restorations, new businesses sprang up, and infrastructure was built. Those apartments, people need somewhere to stay. South of Fremantle, just near the fishing boat harbour, they built a new harbour for the yachts. It's called Challenge Harbour. But even now, 40 years later, we still benefit from some of those investments back then. They were exciting times. I know they were because our number plates on our car said Western Australia, WA, State of Excitement. Could say worse things. Wait a while. Looking at the continent of Australia, Western Australia takes up a third. This is a massive state on a massive country. If Western Australia, we're over 2 million square kilometres, okay? So don't let any Texan tell you nothing's bigger than Texas. Notice how they forget about Alaska? Well, we could fit 2 Alaskas or 4 Texases in Western Australia. If we were to secede, if Western Australia decided to become its own country, Western Australia would be the 10th largest country on Earth. That's how big we are. Do consider that if you're planning a driving holiday. Okay, the scale of your map might be deceptive. Do allow time. There can be some very long driving days. On your left hand side there's a waterfront cafe called Dome. Dome is a West Australian coffee chain with more than 100 outlets. Many of them like this have nice views. There is even a dome on Rottnest Island. Next building coming up on your left on the waterfront there with a red roof, built in 1896. That was originally the grand family home of Tom Carroll. He had his shipbuilding yard here on the banks of the Swan River in East Fremantle. Business must have been good because that was a pretty nice house. By the 1980s, that heritage listed building had fallen into disrepair. The lease was taken up by the Clough family, who I mentioned earlier, and after extensive renovations and restorations, there it is on your left hand side, I joined the original team as an apprentice chef when it opened as the Left Bank Bar and Cafe in 1990. Now 34 years later, it's still called the Left Bank, and it makes me feel old telling you that. Hey, here we go. How to make me feel young. We used to jump off this bridge on our afternoon break. It seemed like a good idea. And we weren't doing it for videos on social media. Oh dear. Now there's a face under the bridge there on your left. That's Bon Scott from AC/DC. He's not back in black, he's back in fluoro. So we're between the 2 bridges, the 2 road bridges. There are 3 bridges, 2 road and 1 railway. The first one we just passed under is the Stirling Highway Traffic Bridge. Stirling Highway connects Perth and Fremantle by road, and its name honours our first governor, Captain James Stirling. Now coming up on your left hand side just here is the East Street Jetty. If you had caught a ferry to Rottnest up until the 1990s, Rottnest ferries left from that little jetty there on your left hand side. Famous ferries with names such as the Islander, the Zephyr, the Temeraire, and many others. This was the Rottnest Ferry Wharf. Now we have Beachhead Fremantle, where we're stopping this morning, and Rottnest Express also have Northport Passenger Terminal in the industrial area on the north side of the harbour. Can you see the multicoloured art installation on your left there? Those 9 shipping containers weigh 66 tonnes and symbolise a couple of things about Fremantle. Now we're about to pass under the old Fremantle traffic bridge. This one is built out of timber. The timber is jarrah, and I call jarrah the wood that built Western Australia, because long before this state got rich through minerals such as gold and later iron ore, timber was the first export of Western Australia. Blocks of jarrah were used to line the streets of London, Berlin and other cities. Jarrah was prized around the world for its hardness. Used on jetties, wharves and bridges, it's hard enough to resist woodworms. And here in Western Australia, so many of our old buildings have jarrah in the floors, the stumps, the walls, the roofs, everywhere. It is literally the wood that built Western Australia. We used to have vast forests of this hard, slow-growing eucalypt right across the southwest corner of WA. Final bridge we passed under was a railway bridge, and we are now in Fremantle Harbour. It was officially opened in 1897. It's now dredged to a depth of nearly 15 metres, allowing Fremantle Harbour to take in some of the largest ships plying the world's oceans. If you're visiting Perth, I recommend a day trip to Fremantle. If you're staying in the city centre, I recommend catching the train. The commuter train will cost you $5, take you half an hour. It includes free ocean views. But you can travel to Fremantle without any driving or parking hassles. Enjoy your day exploring Fremantle. The Fremantle Jail, Fremantle Prison is UNESCO World Heritage listed. You can do tours of that. Explore the Cappuccino Strip or the old Fremantle markets. If you're like me, you might find yourself at one of the 2 breweries that Fremantle's famous for. Little Creatures Brewery overlooks the fishing boat harbour, and overlooking the harbour here as we resume our journey this morning, you'll see gauge roads. But you can have a brew or two and not have to worry about driving if you caught the train. Now on your left hand side on the wharf there's a whole bunch of buses and other vehicles. They've arrived on a big roll-on roll-off car ferry, like floating car parks. So they are recently imported vehicles. That's why they're sitting there on the wharf ready to head through to their final destination. The container, oh there's dolphins on your right hand side there. Big dolphins guys. They're just heading behind us now. There's Sebastian's there. Now, there they are. There they are, just behind the boat, in the wake of the boat. And the building on your left hand side is the Port of Fremantle Passenger Terminal. I can see that because it's written on the side of the building. It's handy if I ever forget. Now that was opened early in 1962 because later in 1962 Perth hosted the Commonwealth Games. licensed snack bar. Like a cup of tea or coffee or a cold refreshing beverage, our snack bar is open now and will be open for the duration of our journey across the island this morning. If you do need to move around the boat whilst you're underway, please keep one hand free for hanging on just in case of any bumps. We ask parents with children, please keep them with you and under supervision at all times. Of course, the whole boat's no smoking or vaping, and that includes the outer deck upstairs. About to display a safety video on screens around the boat. I ask you to please pay attention to this. Have your Rottnest in about half an hour. Welcome aboard.
use this side.
Hello everybody, welcome to Pristine Bay, Rottnest. Everybody, please return to your seats. Remain seated. Captain and crew being the boat alongside the jetty. We had a good run across this morning. It's fairly good conditions. We're a tiny bit early. Why that's relevant is we need to wait for the boat that's up alongside the jetty to depart. And just as soon as that boat does, we'll be able to pull alongside and we can all disembark. So we'll get you alongside, get this embarked as soon as we can. There It also keeps the stairs and aisles clear, so the crew can move around and you can disembark. If we have brought your bicycle or luggage, small pickup luggage such as prams and small bags across, these personal items will be taken by the crew and placed onto the jetty for pickup after you disembark. If you're renting a bicycle from us, please have your ticket ready. Disembark with everybody and form a queue on the jetty next to the helmet crate. Grab a helmet. The wearing a helmet is mandatory in Western Australia. We'll give you one of our red rental bicycles. When you come to leave, bring the bike with you onto the jetty, hand it to the crew and board your vessel. Just a reminder that the departure time of your return boat is the time that's on your ticket. That's when the boat leaves. So if, for example, your ticket says 4 o'clock, that's when it leaves. Boarding closes 5 minutes before that time. Usually begin boarding about half an hour before the time it's on your ticket. If you want to be in a family, or if you're in a family or a group, you want to sit together, the earlier you board, the more likely you'll be to get seats together. Rottnest is an A-class reserve. Everything on the island is protected. That includes the lovable little Quokkas. Please do not touch or feed the Quokkas. Take any photos and selfies from a respectful distance and leave them to be the wild animals that they are. Everybody, it's now safe to stand up. No reason to rush. It'll take us a couple of minutes to get the gangway in place and secure. And we are disembarking from the middle door on the lower level. On behalf of Rottnest Express, thank you. Have a safe, clean day on our favourite island. For your return journey. Thank you.
Right, you made it. Well done.
This one is
Don't know what that is, whether that's a penguin or a duck or something, or black swan. Just waiting for everybody to disembark so that I can move myself. Thank you very much. Well done.
We'll see you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you. Yeah, it was good. Great. Alrighty, and yes, welcome to Rottnest Island. I think they'll probably be going for maybe some break rest for about, I don't know how many hours or how many minutes. It depends on when the next departure is. Is it 2 or 1? Yeah, so that would be a good couple of hours rest for them. I don't know what they'll do, but yeah, it has been a ride. It has been a cruise. Wonderful. Anyways, let me go to the station or to the information center. Yep, sorry. Yeah, she did it deliberately to scare me. But it's fine. We are allowed. Alrighty, the weather is good today. But they said it might turn something else in the evening, few showers, but I don't know. Enjoy the weather while it lasts. Means that my great island tour that I can take the great. Any pickup, transportation, pickup. Crazy. Anyways, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, very big warm welcome once again to Rottnest Island. Okay, and that's the last of them. Where is my tour? My tour should be listed here. It's called the Grand Tour. Rottnest Island Grand Tour. It's not here. Anyways, I think it's another provider. Alright. Okay, more people arriving on the island today, which is good.
Wanga, Kundang Alapin Wajak Murang, Nona Budia, Uche Buja, Kura Yuyai, Kitbenan Budura, Nalapin Nimin Yari, Nan Wangin, Nalapin Budia Murang, Nan Pop Wanga Nunakut. Hello, I am a representative and elder of the local Aboriginal people, the owners of the land and sea where Wadjemup is located. I'd like to begin by paying my respects to the local Wadjuk Aboriginal people, the traditional custodians of these lands and seas where you are today. On behalf of our traditional groups, I welcome you all to Wadjemup, Rottnest Island.
Thank you. Alright, let me go to the Visitors and Information Center. I need to know where my tour is so that I don't miss it. And probably charge the phone.
Every 20 minutes they go, and the last one's at 3 o'clock. Here. You can do as many laps as you like in that. It's an hour to go around.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first stage of the grand tour of Rottnest Island. So we'll be starting here, which is the railway cruise. So yeah, we've all checked in, our names already taken down, and what that means is we will be going first by train, just because the weather is good in the morning and it's predicted to get rough. Not rough, but a little bit of shower in the afternoon, meaning like you can't ride the train in the afternoon. So we're doing the train first because of the good weather, because if the weather is bad they will cancel the train. So that was a good decision by the organizers. And yes, finally made it to the grand tour area, and yeah, people cycling. Yeah, I can hear the train. Yep, the train is here. That's the choo-choo train. So hope I didn't miss anything. Actually,
people, if you'd like to come on first, please.
G'day, mate. 31.
hello.
Hi there. Morning. Wherever you like, folks.
Sit backwards, unfortunately.
Going backwards.
What happened when you didn't get on first?
Things inside the cabin. There's trees and things whizzing past us.
Whizzing.
Yeah, 20 kilometres an hour maximum speed. So it's not really whizzing.
Whizzing is
Stretching. I was going to say, who was it that came across and had the... Did somebody have the...
retaining wall.
Eh?
Not a good retaining wall.
No, it's had its best day already. It's probably built in about 1930s.
Come hill, come wind, come sun, everything hitting it.
It's always windy.
Destination then. Thank you, driver.
Okay, folks, if you're doing the Grand Island tour, and when your tour is finished with these gentlemen in the yellow shirts, the bus will come up here, pick you up, you'll have your lunch here, and then he'll take you on tour on the bus, so you don't come back with me. The one person that's on the that's not on the Grand Island tour, you're going to come back with me. I'll pick you up here at 1 o'clock. Okay, folks, we'll jump off here and leave you in the hands of these very capable gentlemen. No worries, enjoy your tour.
Thank you.
And your lunch. Yeah, it's a great place for lunch sitting up here.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay. We've got over by the steps there. And see if we're split up nicely. Need a few more. I need a few more.
This is for the Grand Island tour, right?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
Grand Island tour.
Ladies and gentlemen, confirm this is for the Grand Island tour. We have just jumped off the train. Oh, what a magnificent train drive ride. Cheers.
volunteer guide on the island, so I only come over twice a month or so. The lighthouse are here, so it's not a bad job. But this time we're going to talk about the guns. There are actually two guns. There's one there and one, see the railway line going to it, but it's behind the trees there, this side of the lighthouse. So the guns were pretty modern for the Second World War. They were hydraulically powered and remotely sort of, the guidance system and the firing system was remotely organized. But you can see the building there, the lighthouse on the right, the part brick, part white building. That's an observation post, and there's two on the island, so one back there, but they took readings on any target they might see, and the readings were then converted to electrical dots and dashes, which were all unscrambled here, and information was sent to the gun from there to point the gun in the right direction. So they never pointed the gun from the gun itself, so it was done remotely over there. Now, we will be coming back to the gun, but first we'll go down to the engine room and the magazine, because the guns were hydraulically powered and there's a lot of electrical motors as well, so they needed to create that power. So to have that safely installed, they put it underground. So this is where we go. So if we down the valley, it'll seem like we're going a long way down, but we're only going down the valley, and we don't, and this is the best bit, we don't come back up the same way, we come out on a different way. So we'll go down first. It rained heavily yesterday. Yeah, I'm sure it's just stopped for people to come down. So we're on a little railway platform here, and this is where they could evacuate any sick or injured people, and also bring in the ammunition. So the railway was coming and they could bring the ammunition in, and it would be lifted by a hoist up to the gun. But if it broke, if the hydraulics broke, they had to manually lift the shells up to the gun. Now the shells the gun fired are 170 kilograms, which would be 2 of you, sort of thing. So pretty heavy. But they had to carry them up. So the steps, you might have felt a bit funny, but they're wider and shallow. And they expected 4 volunteer people, soldiers, and 2 would stand this side and 2 facing them with a strap and the shell on the strap, and they would go up like this, carrying the shell. So that's why these steps are this funny sort of shallow and wide. So we'll now go in. Rottnest is all limestone and sand, and they are in fact on a sandhill. So all the tunnels have been dug out of sand, which isn't easy because it all caves in. So all these tunnels had to be done before the Second World War so that the guns could operate. And during the war, because Perth was pretty isolated, the whole island was a military-only island, so there'd be barbed wire on the beaches and people were restricted to the particular areas they were working on. They'd have to have pass-outs or permits to go to different places. So it wasn't easy, but it was probably Dad's army who looked after the place. They probably had a couple of young fellas, but most of the young fellas were sent to the front, and Dad's army looked after here. Guns were never fired in anger, but they were proof-fired and regularly fired just for keeping their skills up. So we'll go to the magazine now, which is pretty well on the level, and that's underneath the gun itself. That's how far down we are.
Oh, big shaft.
I think the camera quite.
They would have a ladder. This was the escape hatch area. So this is where they store the ammunition, and the shell, the 170 kilogram shell, is all weapon. So there was a hoist here which has been sold, and when the army vacated the area, they got rid of all the electric motors and things they could get off the island, and the hoist, the bits they could send off. So this shell, as I said, is all weapons, so it has back propellant to send it off. So the back propellant is in there, we call it cordite, but it's a nitroglycerin mixture as such. That was stored in the room behind, and because that was a bit unstable, they had to keep an extra eye on it and all in there. but with the armor piercing, because they were keeping away enemy warships, they wanted to sink a warship. Because this, when it hits the side of the ship, it's spinning fast and it's got lots of momentum. This is a very dense, heavy nose cone which melts and melts the side of the armor plating of the ship and burrows its way in. So it will, and we're talking about milliseconds here, it gets through and then explodes inside the ship, which they want to do rather than outside the ship. So that was really what they were using, but there were practice ones they could have, and land-based ones which were just high explosive. So we'll go from here into the courthouse room, which is down here. So all the electrics are serviced from the other side. There's on wooden racks to stop any static sort of thing. And there's a brick wall here with a void behind, so that kept the humidity at a more even keel. They checked them regularly, and each batch was slightly different, so they had to send 2 of the same batch up to the gun, and the people who were doing all the calculations had to know which batch it was, because each batch was slightly different. But from each batch, everything was the same, so they weighed them regularly. If there were anything untoward, they were sweating and the weight wasn't quite right, they would discard them, throw them away, because it wouldn't fire exactly where it should go. So they made sure of that. But this same original struck-proof rubberized floor and the big channel section, beam section is standard throughout. Now, we go down to the engine room now, and it seems we're going a long way down, but in fact we're just following the contour of the land, so we're not too far below. And as I said, we don't come back the same way. So we'll head off there now.
Yep. So you wave to the other guys so that they don't get lost. What a descent.
Duck line. Keep going, duck food.
Watch the step on your leg.
Careful.
Everyone?
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yep.
All good.
Got 3 things good, got 3 things on the wall.
Come on, come down.
We might have lost us somewhere.
Different country plans in WA, and they release standby power until the country plans are connected up to the electricity grid. But 2 engines here, one would produce enough electricity to power both guns. Of course, the electricity was converted into hydraulic pressure or water pressure or compressed air along the way. So a big switchboard to sort it out. If they weren't operating the engines, they had another little generator set just for lighting, so they could. So all the exhaust and clean air came in through the vents at the end, and these had to have compressed air to start them. It's a big slow-moving diesels, and there was also water, but it would have been hot and smelly and not very nice here. Now we do have some bells and whistles, which, how about you starting the engine? Crank it up. If anybody else wants to go, feel free. That's a recent innovation, some purists think. Yes. So, imagine digging this out. You wouldn't be on your own, it would be a load but with wheelbarrows and things. No diggers. I don't know exactly, but they've got reinforcements. It would be a foot or more. Yeah. But above this steel roof, there's a concrete shell over the top of that as well, just to stop any blast coming through. So to get the engines in and out, you can see the tunnel's a bit bigger, and that's the way we go now.
thought it was a real crankshaft. I thought that it would have been a real crankshaft with the piston and engine, but it's just like a decoy. Thank you.
Did you get that?
Yeah, I'll be lost.
This isn't part of the tour, but when they mothballed these in the army, sort of said, right, they're obsolete, finished. If people came and camped on the island, this is in the 60s and 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s. And you can see where the brackets are coming out, and the light-coloured paddle wasn't there. You could climb in, you had a torch, you could climb over the door and get in and explore the tunnels on the own without the dive. Yeah, all right. So, but this is where they got the engines in and out, I guess, and they were winching down on the trolley. But when it got here, the army guys would use rollers and pulleys, drawn just to manoeuvre them into position. So not easy. But coming up here makes me think of what the Dutch people 400 years ago found as Rottnest, because they said it was a wooded island. See, but now it's not wooded completely, there's lots of heathland, and we've changed it with our farming practices that we tried. And it won't go back because the Quokkas have become more numerous and the time is drying perhaps. But, anyway. When the Dutch came, there weren't that many Quokkas because there wasn't so much feed throughout the year under the trees. But now they congregate around the bakery and the shopping.
Are we going to see any Quokkas today?
I'm sure you will.
Ah, okay.
They were all over the road when we came along.
Didn't see anyone through the trains when we came through the train.
No.
Didn't see any.
No, because there's not so many around the main island because they're semi-nocturnal. They come out in the evening.
Ah, okay.
But they're always hanging around the bakery.
Marsupials.
Yeah, marsupials. September is the usual time when they have a little joy, and they have it in the pouch for 6 months, I think. It's only a short pregnancy, about 30 days, and they're only the size of a thumbnail when they're born.
Wow.
And they crawl into the pouch and grow and grow and grow until mum kicks them out. So these are the vents for air in and exhaust out, or the opposite. So we're really lucky to have the guns here. There's similar guns in South Africa, Robben Island, Hong Kong, and England, Gibraltar, Singapore, places like that. And they're all counter-bombardment guns to keep enemy warships away. But on the island, when they became obsolete, it was going to be more expensive to cut them up and get them off the island for scrap metal than just leave them. And so they took all the electric motors and things which were transportable, but left guns, and made an approach to Rottnest Island and said, look, these guns, they cost us over, in today's money, £10 million sort of thing for the 2 guns, because there's 2 here. What can you afford? So the Rottnest Island, which is always broke, of course, said a shilling each. So that's what it was, a shilling each, or 10 cents now. And this was with the proviso that they would be opened up and people would see them around, and it would be part of the heritage of Rottnest. So this is part of the military history of Rottnest. So back to the steps.
One question, Dave. Military gun is different from the maritime gun for telling time.
Well, interesting, and I'll explain further up there, but in some respects, but not very much, you know, the mounting and things like that is different, but we'll continue on.
Because of the one in the Edinburgh Castle, the 1 o'clock gun that they fired at 1 p.m. to tell the time. That's like a massive gun.
Right. Yeah, these we call 9.2 inches is the diameter of the shell, but they went up to 15 inch on the biggest battleships. So these were standard counter-bombardment for land bases.
Roll one shot here, make sure it's
Yeah. Well, take the fire quite fast. These steps, I did it. I never know when I'm going to do it. Lots of ghosting traps. Taking off the jacket now.
Yeah, we've done our day's work now.
So this is the crew shelter, and in case there was a breakdown or if they got extra tired, they could swap over at 11 people, because that's what they needed in the lower gun pit and the gun platform. So here, just the crew shelter. The other place where the bags are it's just a tool store, so they were necessary to build up. But you can see there's a stack for the rifles for them and their helmets there. But it does explain here some of the construction methods. You can see the tunnel being built there, and this big thing explains that the gun which fires this shell, 170 kilograms, 29 kilometers maximum, say 28. So the radius here is 28 kilometers. So back to Fremantle and up to Perth is 50 kilometers, which is out of sight, well out of sight. So it was a good defensive position here to have guns to keep warships away because they couldn't see what they were firing at. Now, Perth originally was important as a convoy staging post. And why it was built originally was that troops, Aussies and New Zealanders, would be trained, get on the train, come over to Perth, hop on a ship and go to the Red Sea or round to England. Most of them thought they were going to England, a lot went to the Red Sea instead. And during the war, it became even more important with the fall of Pearl Harbor. Lots of American submarines in Fremantle, that's in this picture here. There was about 150 altogether of submarines, so a few Dutch, about 30 British, and the rest were American. So they sent out foraging, looking for enemy ships all through the Indian Ocean. They would also support the convoys going across with the troops, but they even went as far as the Philippines, which is quite a long way. But also during the war, there were radar established, radar was developed, and then that came here with big arrays, and that meant they could see at night, and so that they could fire at night as well, which was good. So that's about, unless there's any questions or have to say about here. Picture shows where you've been down to the engine room, right? And we'll go over to the lower gun pit and then we'll see how it's fired. The lower gun pit, anyone taller than me, there's some low beams, so just watch your head. So we'll go over to the lower gun pit.
I've been in there. The other chap talked for about an hour. I'm an arm lot, but he was pretty cool.
And that weighs about 25 tons, and says 45 pounds, and they're heavy cases. So, lift that up and up. So, come here. You can look up to the gun and you can see a big cylinder under the barrel there. The big cylinder, and that's a recoil cylinder. All firearms recoil, of course, and this one is limited to a meter. So when the shell fires, the gun goes back a meter, but it compresses springs and compresses air, and when it's reached its limit, it then brings back to the start position. And also, every time it's fired, it gets hot, so it has to be cooled down. But water's pretty scarce on the island, and so it's recycled. So this is just a recycling thing, which goes into a drip tray around there, and then it goes into a holding tank down below. So I don't know, did anyone notice the wind turbine? Well, on that hill, that's called Herschel Hill, and if you pass it in the bus going back, you'll see some of it's bitumen. And what they did was bitumize the hill and put a bit of a wall at the bottom just to collect the water, because water is very scarce here. And that was one of the few sources without bringing it over from the mainland in barges. So what we do now is the wind turbine helps, and the solar array near the runway, big solar array there, that virtually runs a desalination plant. So all the water we have on the island comes from the ocean, goes through the desalination plant. But the thing about it is we can store it. You know, when the wind blows, we're storing it. If the sun shines, we're storing it. And that's good. So we'll go out and see how it's fired.
That's me using my torchlight. Alright, that's me on the run before it's too late.
Position. Sergeant,
yes.
First lever. We won't go, but just that's good enough. That's good enough. And that locks it in this position, and this floor comes out. I can stand on it because the floor isn't there when it's fired, because this comes back a meter down there. So as it's coming back, white pipe here, compressed air, and there's a jet of compressed air just to shoot any debris from the last firing out. So that's out. It's locked in position, and the second lever is pulled. Right. Now, as the second lever is pulled, the guy on the breech here, and this is the breech, pulls this lever. It's just one pull of the lever. This turns 90 degrees, probably that way, and it can open. So that's got to resist all the forces of the shell being expelled. So that's why it's so deep like that. But a quarter turn means it can be done very fast. So that's that. So when it's opened up, it's all hot, and the sergeant's already pulled the lever. Water jets, there's one there, one here, cooling off the hot area for the next firing. So when the sergeant feels it's cold enough, is it cool enough?
Yes.
Yes, right. The third lever is pulled, and that's when this shell one comes over, and also this rocks over in line with it. So in here, it keeps turning. That should be the other way around. These are the cordite areas, and there's a bit of gunpowder just to make sure down at the end. So that's in there. This is rolled over in line with this, and then a ram pushes it all up. And if you can look up there, you can see the rifling grooves start a long way up. So this is pushed up until this softer copper rim contacts the grooves, and the grooves cut through it, and it seals it up. So it's lodged there, so when it's back up, it won't fall back. And the other thing is, when it's fired, it has to follow the grooves, right? So that's withdrawn, the breech is closed, the little flash cartridge goes in the back, so that when that's fired, the jet of flame comes out this end to ignite that red bit, the gunpowder, to ignite all that, so the volume and pressure increases fantastically. So this starts, and it's only 7 meters there, starts from standing, and then by the time it reaches the end of the muzzle, it's traveling at over 800 meters a second and spinning at 7,000 RPM. So that sets the fuses. So beforehand, if it drops, doesn't go bang or anything, the fuses aren't set. In engagement, the fuses are set, it's live, it's on its way. It's only when it hits the enemy warship, and then there's a slight delay for a secondary fuse to explode it inside the enemy vessel. So if it's going the full length, say 28 kilometers, if it's going in a straight line, that's nearly 28 seconds really, but it's going up and then down. 35 degrees is the max. It in fact would go up about 6 kilometers, where it can be windy and cold and all sorts of things. So that's something else has to be brought into it. But it means that it's going to take 1.5 minutes to reach the target. Now, you can't compute where it was when it was fired. You have to compute where it's going to be 1.5 minutes time. So that was the trick that they were doing, finding out where it would be. And the target isn't going to help you go in a straight line, it's going to dodge your back a bit. So that's one of the things I had to face. Now, to help them, they had the Navy and the Air Force on the island, and the Air Force controlled the radar, and they also controlled meteorological balloons, and they were sending every day meteorological balloons to check the wind speed, direction, temperature up at elevations up there, so that they could accurately add that to their sort of calculations to get things right. It's friendly, it's all right. Right. So, if we look here, it says BL 9.2. So BL breech loading 9.2 diameter of the shell, and X is a Mark 10 series that they've come up. That outer case was sent to Hong Kong, we believe, in 1901, reading down, it says EOC 1901. EOC was Elswick Ordnance Factory in Newcastle, England, or at Newcastle, England. In 1901, that was made. They went back in 1935 and they stripped the middle out, kept the outer, and there's a wire wound center just to compress the, put a compression on the inner tube, because that has a big bursting pressure from when the shells forced out. In fact, we can't go up there, but at the front, they put marks for the outer and inner, and it's more at the front. But every time it fired, it moved slightly, and it stretched as well. So you see it coming out, so, but they could tell how much of doing it. But if you want to venture out there, I can't take you out there at the front. Yeah, so that is about it. Well, I'll kind of, the fellow up there with the little window, he's only using the window when it's not in use, not in operation, just for sort of fresh air. But he had two dials he was looking at. He was controlling the range, which was the height of that sorted range out. And he would be looking at dials, and when the dials were in line, that was okay. This was the bearing guy, or the direction, and when the direction was right, the pointers were right, so he was there. The sergeant's in charge, of course, the breach man, and another fellow over here, he has to load these up. He's got a hoist there, and put these in here. So here's a busy chap too. So 5 of them up here. So any questions about that?
Yeah, do you have any idea how long it would take to load and to fire?
I have my notes, which I read a long time ago. But they reckoned they could do 3 in a minute. But we reckon, 2, okay, so 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Still pretty fast. It's fast. But they kept their skills up by, behind you, there's a little shell, the 6-pounder it's called. Now to use that shell, they had to put another barrel inside here and use it. But they used that shell against a towed target and kept up to speed. And of course this was a standard gun around the British Empire at that time, so they would converse and sort of communicate with the ways of doing things quicker or faster. And of course there's the crew shelter, where if they get tired, the others come in. Or if there's a failure on the hydraulics, they come in. And there's a big wheel up there, you can see. Well, that means you can manually turn it. There's another wheel on this side, so manually you can raise and lower it, because there's counterweights along the side.
Did they stand in here when it was fired, or did they get out?
No, they'll be here, and whether they had air plugs or not, I don't know. In fact, the valley, it goes down, and that's where they camped under canvas. You know, the officers had buildings, but the privates had canvas tents, and they were in front. So pretty nice. So things have changed. Any questions on that?
I'm pretty sure they hear
We'll just, I'll lead out and watch your head on this.
Look at the spiral screw inside. sorry. Thank you. Alright folks, that should be the end of this particular comprehensive tour of Rottnest Island. I meant for this part. Anyways, the bus is here, so that's the bus that we'll be using back down, not the train. If you've enjoyed, hit the like button. It is food for thought. Leave me comments in the comments section below, and yes, I'll be able to see what I can do with answering you guys questions. And I hope you guys have enjoyed, and yes, please do assist, hit that subscribe button if you haven't. It is not easy to bring you guys the grand tour itself, and yeah, we'll continue the tour. It is not yet over, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you.
I'm going to be looking after you for the next 1 3/4, 2 hours. We're going to have a beautiful trip around the island. Everybody enjoy their train trip and the Gunson Tunnel tour?
Yes.
And your lunch as well?
Yes.
That's a good start. What I'm also going to do throughout the afternoon, with your permission, I'm going to include some personal stories about Rottnest, because would you believe, I started started coming here when I was 2 years of age, and that was 69 years ago. So had a lot of fantastic holidays here. My mum used to come across and hire accommodation with some of her girlfriends and their kids. And in those days, the dads were always at work. So we stayed in some of the accommodation in Thompson Bay. That was the only place where there was accommodation at that point, plus the Kingstown Barracks area, but there was no Geordie Bay, Longreach or Fays Bay accommodation at that point. So it was all pretty basic, and we stayed in that accommodation pretty much every year through till I was about 13. Then Mum and Dad bought a little 26-foot boat, and we would pretty much always be up at a place called Rocky Bay. I'm going to show you that this afternoon. And we would have, especially over Christmas and New Year, we'd have 3 weeks on the boat. 4 people, Mum, Dad, myself and one of my mates. I think we only had about 4 mutinies during all those years that we went over. But it was a fantastic way to grow up, fantastic holidays, and lots of stories of fishing and crayfishing and sharks and marlin and all the rest of it. So that's what we're going to do, folks. Incorporate some of those stories, and I think that will hopefully really bring it to life for you. But just a show of hands, who has been to Rottnest before? Just put your hand up. Oh, couldn't see any hands there. Okay, so everybody pretty much new to Rottnest Island. Fantastic. Now folks, also throughout the course of the afternoon with the commentary, if you do want to chat, that's fine, but just please, if you can keep it nice and low, just to respect others around you that do want to listen, but by all means it is absolutely fine to have a bit of a chat if you're just doing that very quietly. Is that fair enough, everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, all good? Thank you. Just a bit of history about beautiful Rottnest. Discovered initially in 1658 by a Dutchman called Samuel Volkerson. And he was actually looking for a ship that had been lost a couple of years prior to that. A ship called the Gilt Dragon. That ship was actually lost about 117 kilometres north of here. So he really didn't do much else other than mark Rottnest on the map and then continue on his merry way up to Indonesia. And then it wasn't until 1696 we had a chap called Willem de Vlaming. I remember him from my high school years, learning about this chap. 1696, came back to Rottnest, spent 6 days here, absolutely loved it. He was also part of the Dutch East India Trading Company, as was Samuel Volkerson, and they were traders, colonisers and explorers. Spent 6 days here, really fell in love with Rottnest and referred to it as paradise on earth. Now, he did see these little furry creatures running around and he mistook them for large rats. western version is of course Rottnest, or for those of us that come to love the island, we just simply refer to it as Rotto. So the island was separated several thousand years ago when the sea levels rose, separated from the mainland some 19 kilometres away. And at the same time there were 3 islands to our south that were formed, those being Garden Island, Karnak Island and Penguin Island. And then in 1829 we had European settlement. What they wanted to do at that point was to establish Rottnest as a fishing and a farming community. And the fishing was fantastic, and still is to this day, by the way, but the farming was terrible, and that was because of the very poor quality infertile soil on the island. So they ended up shutting down the agriculture and the farming, and they turned Rottnest into an Aboriginal prison for the next nearly 100 years. And there were some 4,000 Aboriginal men and boys that were incarcerated on the island. Very sadly, there were 369 deaths in custody, mainly to do with disease and poor nutrition, but also very sadly 5 were hung. So it is a very sad and dark part of our history. And if you do want to get all of the detail on that, folks, I'm going to point out to you our museum as we go past the main bus stop. We've got some of our fantastic volunteer guides in there. In fact, similar to those people that you saw up at Oliver Hill, we've got around 350 volunteer guides on the island. And by and large, these are people that maybe came to Rottnest with their mums and dads. And then when they had their own families, just got to watch this young person here on his bike. I'm going to talk about the cyclists in a few minutes. Came across with their kids, and if they're like my wife, Rennie and I, we now bring our grandkids over. We've got a boat, we come over quite regularly, and we love bringing our family across to the island. So the prison was actually shut in 1933. That was to do with the unrest in Europe in the lead up to World War II. And we had a chap called Captain Hussey, and our beautiful little train is actually named after Captain Hussey. He was responsible for establishing the first line of defence at Rottnest to protect Fremantle Harbour and also Perth City. Now, Fremantle Harbour was very strategic. It actually had 170 submarines in there at one point, mainly US, British and Dutch. Now the building, you can see the construction work there, folks. That is the old lodge Wadjemup. The lodge originally was the boys' reformatory home, and then when the war finished, it was opened up to holiday makers coming over, holiday makers accommodation. At the moment, it's about halfway through a $40 million redevelopment, and for a long time we couldn't really see any progress, but just the last 6 months or so, you can absolutely see the progress on a week-to-week basis. And that should be really lovely by the time it's finished. Now folks, we are going to be stopping later on at a traditional haunt of some of our beautiful quokkas. I'm not going to guarantee that they're going to be there because they are wild animals, but there's every chance that where I'm going to take you, we're going to see some. Failing that, this area on the left-hand side here, folks, as we complete our tour in another hour and a half, hour and 3/4, there's usually quokkas accumulating under these trees. So that's only a very short 2-minute walk back from the main bus stop where I will drop you off at. Now on the right-hand side there, folks, you'll see our settlers' cemetery. There are 17 graves there, and very sadly 5 of them are young kids aged from 9 days to 10 years. Most of the deaths in those days were related to disease and poor nutrition. down to the left there, folks, you'll see that the Lodge Wadjemup is well off completion. There is some activity, which is fantastic. And just where those people are standing directly ahead, folks, just to the left.
Quokka!
Yeah, just to the left is the old mill and hay store, which is now our museum. And again, that is manned by some of our fantastic volunteer guides.
Quokka, Quokka. I thought you were going to run it.
Folks, now just to the right here, this is our little mini golf setup. And originally, sorry, if that little boy, can he just keep his voice down a bit, please? Just on the right there, folks. Originally, the big limestone quarry, that's where that was. And the limestone from there was where a lot of the cottages and heritage buildings were built. When they first built them, they did paint them very bright white, whitewashed they were, very bright on the eyes. And so what somebody that was very smart came up with the idea, let's put some rusty nails in with some of the paint, and they changed it to that orange or ochre colour. You can just see it on the left there with that little church, and that made it much easier on the eye. So if you do see these buildings that are orange, folks, that's the background. The little building on the right hand side is our picture hall. Originally that was the Army Lecture Hall. So when the war years were on and the preparation, it's a very old style picture hall now. It's got the old deck chairs, and it's a real experience if you're staying on the island for a few more nights. Now just to the right there, that is our light commercial area, and that is run by Programs. They do a fantastic job. Everything from fixing roads, picking up luggage for the holiday makers, doing the cleaning in between time, running the bags back, and to be honest, about 100 other jobs too many to mention. If you look to the right there, you'll see two very large yellow generators. So that's 2 out of the 8 that we've got on the island, helping to give us some power. And they work in conjunction with, at the moment, 8,000 solar panels at the airport and a very large wind turbine out at Geordie Bay. We'll see that on the way back. But the very good news is that within the current state budget, we're going to get a doubling of the number of solar panels, so that will go to 16,000. And the big wind turbine out at Geordie will be replaced with 2 smaller but more efficient wind turbines. So by the time all of that happens, we'll have about 75% renewable energy on the island, which will be great.
So what's going to happen with the big wind turbine?
The big turbine will come down, that will be replaced.
And where is that going to go though?
No idea. Because it's 20 years old, it's probably going to be dismantled, and that will be it. On the left here, folks, behind these little yellow cottages, is the Samphire Hotel. It's a beautiful 64-room property, 5-star, and situated right on the water's edge. So if you're looking for accommodation, folks, that would be a good suggestion. Okay. Now the road that we're coming into now, folks, this is called Parker Point Road. This is where the residents of the island, most of them live. It's about 150 of them altogether. People involved in activities like hospitality, rangers, nurses, police, fire brigade, and we have one school teacher teaching kids from year 1 through to year 6. And I always think, how good would it be to be a child over here going to school, finish at 3 o'clock, and you say to mum and dad, I'm just off to go and catch a couple of crays for dinner. How would that be? Fantastic. And people like myself commute. My wife, Reddy, also works here as well. We work about maybe 3 or 4 days every fortnight. And would you believe every couple of weeks she gets to be the operations manager over here and gets to be my boss? Again, nothing much changes, does it, fellas? No, she's a fantastic Swiss woman and mother to my 4 beautiful adult children. And we're now at a stage where we've got 3 grandkids, 2 granddaughters, 1 grandson, and that number will be growing soon. Just off to the left here, folks, is South Thompson Accommodation, also referred to as Nappy Alley. These were all renovated about 15 months ago. And the ones right on the left, or on the extreme left, are pretty much right on the water's edge, about 20 metres from the water. So, you know, you can just imagine waking up on a hot summer's morning, putting cyclists on the island. Anybody notice? Now, this sort of weather, not too many, but I can tell you that in the summertime we have well over 4,000 cyclists on the island. And I can tell you as a result of that, all of the coach drivers are very heavily medicated. Let me clarify that, folks. Nothing that would sedate us, that wouldn't be right. But I can tell you that the high blood pressure medication is working a treat. Wahoo. And just to give you an idea of the different groups of cyclists, folks, firstly we've got our international friends, and a lot of these folks are used to riding or driving on the opposite side of the road, the right-hand side of the road where they come from, and they're pretty easy to spot. So if I get a chance, I'll always encourage them to move to the left, obviously for their own safety. Now the second category, and folks, with a bit of luck you might see some of these as we go around the island. It'll be blatantly obvious that these folks have not been on a bike for at least 25 years. And the way that they will identify themselves is that they do tend to throw themselves in front of the bus, and I can promise you I do my very best to avoid them. Third category, and I promise you this is true, these are people that have never been on a bike in their life. They come to Rottnest and they see folks having fun, and they think, gee, that looks like a good idea. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But I can tell you those categories 2 and 3, those that haven't been on a bike for 25 years plus, those that have never been on a bike, they are capable of the most incredible stunts, almost Cirque du Soleil style. Probably best depicted by this little yellow sign coming up on the left here. Can you see that? It's a very popular stunt, that one. Straight over the handlebars, usually happens within the first hour, and the result is never good. So, as a result of that, folks, we do have quite a busy nursing post. We've got a couple of resident nurses, and they are kept incredibly busy. And I'm not making light of the plight of the cyclists, but I'm mentioning that because if you are planning on staying on the island and getting a bike, then what we'd like you to do is put that helmet on, keep left, and please don't put anything in your ears that will stop you from hearing a vehicle coming from behind. And then if you do that, you've got a really good chance of getting off the island alive, which would be awesome. So after all of that, folks, do you think a bus has ever hit a cyclist? Who says yes? Who says no? Yeah, the no's would be correct. The bus has never hit a cyclist. So I can tell you a lot of those darn cyclists have hit that bus. Now Rottnest, folks, is an A-class reserve, a bit similar to a national park. What does that mean? It means that all plants and animals are protected. Some of the little creatures that we've got running around include goannas, or some people may know them as bobtail lizards.
Oh my goodness.
We've also got skink lizards. They're long, black and shiny. If they're quite large ones, we call them king skinks. They've got high intelligence when it comes to working out if they can cross the road or not. If there's any doubt, they'll just turn back and they'll try another time. But they're very, very smart. And the third one that we've got is called a dugite snake. They are deadly. They're the 13th most deadly snake on planet Earth, but with the cooler weather we very, very rarely see them. Now coming around this corner and up on that hill, folks, on the left, that little structure up there is an observation post that was used during the Second World War, and that was occupied 24/7. Their job was to identify boat traffic between Rottnest and Fremantle, work out if they were friendly or otherwise, and then they would let the big guns at Oliver Hill and also the 6-inch guns at Big Battery, just off to the left here, would let them know, and then the big guns would take over from there. But it was probably mentioned during your tour that none of the guns were ever fired in anger, but they were well practiced. If any contingency had ever arisen, we're pretty confident that the lads would have been able to take care of it. Having said that, there was an underlying fear that if Rottnest was overrun, because those big guns have a range of 28 kilometres, it would have meant that Fremantle Harbour and Perth City would indeed have been easy targets. And as we all know, that did not happen. I don't know whether any of you noticed when you came in, if you came in on the ferry, it's called Phillip Rock. It's very flat, there's nothing growing on it. It's on the left-hand side as you come in. Anybody notice that little island?
Yes.
Nothing growing on it. The reason for that is that when the big guns were getting set up, it was deemed that there's a lot of trees, similar to what you see on the left and right here on Phillip Rock, actually interfered with the line of sight of the big guns. So they sent out a couple of army explosives experts and they literally blew the top of the island off, and nothing has grown back to this day. It's quite notable for fishermen because about 200 metres towards the mainland is one of the best King George whiting spots that you'll find on planet Earth. Monsters. In the distance, folks, that little knob of a headland that's called Parker Point. Going to be talking about that in some detail when we get there. But in the meantime, if you look out to the left, you'll see a little island out there that is in fact called Dyer Island. And it's the home of the Australian sea lions. It's only males that live there. The females live up north at a place called Durian Bay. That's 218 kilometres north. Now the girls are extremely obliging because they do swim down once a year for a big party. And you know what? To extend the species, when that party's finished, the girls swim all the way back and the boys just laze on the beach and go and catch an occasional fish. What do you think, ladies?
Sounds good.
Sounds good for the fellas, I reckon. Oh, amazing. And just off to the left here, this is called Henrietta Rocks. This is the site of the only visible wreck on the island. An old barge that was being towed around the West End way back in 1939. And the tow line broke and it ended up here. If you just look out to the left now, you'll see what's left of it. Not much, is it, folks? I mean, you'd hardly call that the Titanic. This little bay on the left here, it's called Porpoise Bay. If you look further into the distance, you'll see a lot of seaweed at Porpoise Bay, so it's not a recommended swimming spot. But it was actually incorrectly named by Samuel Volkerson, the chap that discovered the island, because we don't have porpoises at Rottnest, we have bottlenose dolphins. But Porpoise Bay is a fantastic place for fishing and catching squid. And going back probably about close to 20 years ago now, my wife and I were on our boat with our kids, and Reddy went off with some of the kids for a 3-hour walk. As a good Swiss person, that's what they do. And I brought the dinghy down to catch some squid. And what you do is you cut your little outboard motor, you drift side on, need about a 6 to 8 knot breeze. You've got your rod, your line, a little squid lure. It's in the shape of a little plastic fish with some hooks in it. This particular day, had a couple of nice squid on board, and I was just looking around and admiring the beauty of this place, and really, I guess, reflecting on how grateful I was that I could come to this beautiful paradise so regularly. And folks, you will not believe what happened next. It took me completely by surprise. Within 2 metres of the dinghy, a huge male seal leapt out of the water, and I promise you, just before it re-entered the water, it winked at me. I nearly leapt into the water, folks, straight out of my dinghy. I had a rush of adrenaline, similar to one that I had when I ran with the bulls as a 22-year-old in Spain in 1976. It was electrifying. Anybody know that festival?
Yes.
You run down the main street, you've got all these bulls chasing you, and yeah, there were 12 of us that did it. We all survived, thank goodness. Would I do it again?
No.
Nope. But anyway, that surge of adrenaline, it actually reminded me of Pamplona running with the bulls in 1976. It was amazing. And I know where the seal was headed, because there was a boat on a mooring about 100 metres away that was cleaning fish. So that seal thought to himself, I think I can see a free feed coming. So righto folks, there are a total of 63 beaches and 20 bays. Many of those bays we're going to see this afternoon. Absolutely stunning. If you look down to your right there in the little valley, folks, you'll see some little trees that have got some protective mosquitoes from eating them. These have been planted by our fantastic volunteer guides, as have the ones on the left here that are a few years older. But this is all part of our reforestation program at Rottnest. And the goal each year is to plant 20,000 new trees. The reason that we're doing that is because that over a long period of time we've had some pretty severe bushfires, and a lot of the foliage was wiped out. So if you're doing okay, folks, so yeah, I'm doing okay. Thanks, Kev.
Thanks, Kev.
Beautiful. No one's gone to sleep after their lunch. That's good. If you see someone going to sleep, folks, just get the old elbow in them. Say, come on, don't miss this. Now, this little plaque here on the left, folks, that's one of our 7 walking trails, covering a total of 52 kilometres. They're all designed by our fantastic rangers to take you from one bay to the next without having to trudge through bush and without getting lost. And by far the most popular time of the cooler months, April through to October. We're going to be coming out of that road directly ahead of us, probably about 7 minutes. This is called the Parker Point Loop. This corner, most of the drivers refer to this as Confusion Corner, because quite often in summer you might have 40, 50, 60 cyclists here, all looking at their maps trying to work out where the heck are we. But it really is quite simple. We come in this way, we pop out the other end. It's a bit like a sausage machine. You cannot get lost. Temperature okay, folks? Not too cold? All good? Okay. This area that we're coming into now is called Watson Glade. Now, John Watson was the chap that used to run the boys' reformatory home. And what he would do on the weekends, he'd bring the lads out here fishing and camping. Very good camping conditions. Pretty much out of the very strong southwesterly and southerly breezes, and very close to Parker Point for fantastic swimming and fishing. And the trees that you see here, folks, these are called Rottnest Island tea tree, or Melaleuca. These are pretty much what covered the island when it was first discovered. And we're just approaching one of the highlights of the tour, folks, just around the corner, called Parker Point. Folks, I am going to stop the bus and I am going to open the doors, but please, that's so you get a better quality photo, but please don't get off the bus, folks. We're not going to stop here, and I certainly don't want to leave anybody behind. Just have a look at that. How beautiful is that?
Are we getting up for photos?
No. Said that. He said I'm opening the doors
for fresh air.
But not to get off. Now, so you can get a better quality photograph. Now, folks, if you look to the right, there is a net going across the top of the bay. On the other side of that, one of our Everybody's on?
Thanks, Kev.
Now folks, for those that do want to fish in Western Australia, you do need a recreational fishing licence. If you want to include crayfish, it's about $65. And there are limits to what you can take. For instance, with the crayfish, you can take 8 per day per licence, which is really more than enough to eat. The crayfish tail, they're beautiful, but they're very, very rich, so you can't really eat too much of it. The season used to be just 6 months of the year. A few years ago, there were some studies done. It was deemed that the numbers of crayfish were absolutely prolific, so they extended the season to 12 months of the year. So 12 months of the year, we can now dive for crayfish, we can set cray pots, and we can take out 8 per licence per day. When we're cleaning our fish the next morning, we clean and everything goes over the side, all of the unwanted bits of the fish. I can tell you that within about 2 to 3 minutes, we have our live-in resident vacuum cleaners in the form of very big stingrays. They come in and they pick up all the heads and the guts, and they do a fantastic job. So we're just around the corner here. We're going to be having a quick look at Little Salmon Bay. This is one of the most popular swimming spots on the island, and it's extremely busy during the summer months. Now folks, can you see this sign that I've got here?
Private turquoise.
Okay, so I got that not long after I started doing the commentary tours, because as I went past people like these guys expecting to be picked up on the hop on hop off, when I drove past I would get what's called a single digit finger salute. And I thought, I wonder what they're upset about. I was getting clenched fists, angry faces, and I thought, I worked it out. So I get this little sign and I hold it up now, and I get smiles, thumbs up, no problem. I get a lot of blank looks too, but that's okay. Now just out to the left there folks, you might see some little buoys in the water, B-U-O-Y-S. And that signals the snorkel trail at Little Salmon Bay. So if you are going to be coming back or you're staying on folks, that is an absolutely fantastic thing to do. Take you about 45 minutes just to leisurely swim around. And there's little plaques underneath those little buoys that will tell you all about the fish, the coral and the environment. Just magnificent. Now as we go around this corner, look out to the left folks, that volcanic shaped structure is an osprey nest. That's over 80 years old, that one. We've got 14 of them around the island. There's another one under construction. But the osprey, they're part of the eagle family. They live 20 to 30 years. And with the breeding pairs, when one of them dies, the other one will vacate the nest. In comes another breeding pair. That new incoming pair will generally do some renovations, maybe add an extra bathroom or a bedroom, make it their own, and then the cycle continues. Directly ahead of us coming up folks is Salmon Bay. So we've got Little Salmon that we just came past, and this is now Salmon Bay. And that is the longest beach on the island. There's those blank looks I was telling you about. So getting back to the osprey folks, because they're members of the eagle family, they've got absolutely incredible eyesight. And their main diet obviously is fish. They're very, very good hunters. What they'll do is they'll hover at about 30 metres, identify their target, then pretty much a vertical dive into the water head first. They then extend their legs, and their talons have got barbs on them. So once they grab a fish, it normally stays caught, and then they can take it back to mum and the babies to have a nice feed. So we're now coming out of the park at Point Luke. 1850s. It was about half that size, and it was deemed that the light was very poor. Quite a few wrecks that were happening at that point. So they thought, right, we're going to dismantle this one, we'll put up another one, which is the existing one you can see there. And about 2 weeks after they finished this one, there was another ship that was wrecked. And as a result of that, there was another lighthouse built at Bathurst Point in Thompson Bay, the main settlement area, to give the skippers a better idea of exactly where they were. And I will tell you the full tragic story involving that lighthouse as we come back along the northern Basin beaches. And for those that use our hop on hop off, it is a 600-metre walk uphill. And I have a bit of a joke. I say that if you're on the hop on hop off, if you've got kids that are annoying you and you want to wear them out, this is definitely your stop. By the time they get up and stop, they'll be worn out. They'll give you absolutely no trouble for the rest of the day. I say that all with love, folks. Absolutely, after my wife and I having 4. But again, our volunteer guides play a very big role in information and education. And we've got some of our guides up here from 9:30 in the morning through till about 2:30 in the afternoon, and they can take you right up to the top. You won't have time to do that today because it's a half-hour tour. But if you're staying on the island, it's definitely worthwhile. If you just look back to the left, folks, you get a magnificent view of Salmon Bay. And I can tell you the view from the top of the lighthouse, folks, is just amazing. If it is too windy, then unfortunately they won't let you out on that top platform. But if the wind is not so strong, oh, it's just an amazing view. Of the early explorers, those very brave men that in their sailing ships would, go to all 4 corners of the earth. Very brave, not knowing whether they'd make it back or not. But they did have a strategy to help with their survival, and that was that whenever they found new land or territory, they would plant several of these Norfolk pines. The reason that they did that was because if ever they lost a mast in a big storm or a secondary mast, they could always go and chop down Norfolk pine and use it as a substitute or stand-in mast. Now the timber of the Norfolk pine is not ideal long-term as a mast. When they got back to their homeland or a port that they could repair, they would need to take out Norfolk pine and put in the proper timber. And I think that was a pretty smart strategy on their part. Very long to get there. Now, if you do keep an eye out to the left, folks, underneath these big trees, you just might see some quokkas. We're heading up to Wadjemup Lighthouse. Now, if you do see any quokkas underneath these trees, folks, these will be the healthy version of the Rottnest Island quokka, eating what it should, leaves, twigs, berries, as distinct from the Quokkas in the settlement area outside the bakery, eating the pies, pasties, sausage rolls, donuts and vanilla slices. Big difference in nutrition. I will talk about the Quokkas in some detail on the way down. If you do see any, just yell out. Okay, on the right hand side, folks, this house was the original lighthouse keeper's home back in 1992. This lighthouse and also the one in Bathurst were fully automated. So very sadly we said goodbye to the lighthouse keepers, and a couple of Rangers families moved in. They were pretty excited, I can tell you. Now folks, there are some structures up here which are not connected to... Oh, look at these people, they want to get on the bus. No, 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 no. There's some structures up here, folks, that are not connected to the lighthouse, namely observation posts and signal boxes. These were all occupied by the women of the Royal Australian Navy. They did a fantastic job. Would you believe, with just a simple slide rule, if they saw a ship in the ocean, they could work out how far it was away, how fast it was going, and how long that vessel was. They would then relay that information to the gunnery boys. So fellas, a question for you. Who knows a smart female? You know what's good for you. You put your hand up about now, fellas. Folks, we are going to be here just for a minute and a half to get a photo of the lighthouse. We will be stopping a little bit later on for toilet stops and the like. But you've already seen the view from Oliver Hill, so this one is quite similar. If you look over at about 45 degrees, you'll actually see the Oliver Hill 9.2 inch gun just in the distance there. Folks, if you do want a photo of the lighthouse, please come down the front of the bus and you can get a photo. Beautiful photo through the windscreen. You're welcome. Okay, off we go. Second World War. It's where the women of the Royal Australian Navy were accommodated. Would you believe? There were 500. Yeah, just voices down a little bit, folks. 500 folks of the women of the Royal Australian Navy passed through that house over a period of the 6 years. Amazing.
Excuse me, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to bother you. There's a little bit of a leakage of water.
Sorry?
There's some water leaking from the top. And there's another one on the front seat here.
Okay.
So I'm just going to tilt myself towards the left, so I don't want you to...
Yeah, no worries, mate. That's good. Yep.
Alright.
So folks, they kept all the ladies out here. Anybody have any idea why? To keep them away from the 2,500 troops at the Kingstown Barracks. That's why. History does tell us, folks, in all seriousness, there was a very well-worn path from the barracks out to that house over the course of the 6 years of the war, made primarily in the middle of the night. So you can work that one out yourself. Now, folks, our beautiful Quokkas, they are nocturnal, which obviously means that they generally sleep during the day. And we have 12 to 15,000 of them on the island everywhere. But During the day, don't see too many apart from the ones that are outside the bakery. The ones that live out here, folks, will live around about 10 years. The ones that are living outside the bakery, sadly, they do not live 10 years. So the diet of the pies and the sausage rolls does not help them at all. So that's why we have regulations in place that you're not to feed them and not to touch them. Now they are marsupials, folks, so they're very similar to kangaroos and wallabies. And the only other place that you will find quokkas is down the southwest of Western Australia, down near Albany. So they're in the bush there. There are no natural predators on Rottnest, but down at Albany, the ones that are out in the bush, obviously they've got to contend with foxes. Now again, the females of the species are amazing because at 12 months of age, they can conceive. And they have a gestational period, wait for it, of just 27 days. And all the ladies went, bring it on. But it's quite remarkable. So they can have one forming inside the womb. They can have another one going in and out of the pouch. Just about to give this young man a fright. And there's also another one, folks, that maybe 6 months of age or older. These people are running for this bus. That one is not going to pick them up either, I can tell you. So they're running in false hope. This is where I get my friend the sign out again, folks. Oh, I love this sign. There we go, there's nothing there, folks. That's what I call a nothing burger. Anyway, these quokkas are amazing, folks. They have very poor eyesight. That's why they can be approached very easily. But you do need to remember that they are wild animals, and on many occasions they do bite. So especially if you're traveling with kids. In fact, I was just walking through the settlement area this morning. I had to go down to the restaurant that makes your lunch. And there was a young boy sitting there with one sitting on his lap and he was petting it. About 6 months ago, a young lady did that, and the quokka ended up biting her on her right arm. So you cannot take any chances. Now, does anybody know what this triangle is on the right-hand side coming up? Anybody have a clue what that might be? Whoever said ships, navigation, yes. So that one you can see pointing down, bright orange, easily visible from the ocean or a boat. There's another one just coming into view now, which is pointing up. That's also orange in colour on the other side. So if somebody wants to come into Green Island, which is a bird sanctuary, on the left here, all that they do, they line those markers up. That will guarantee safe passage in, and to exit they do the same, and that will guarantee them a safe exit. This area down here is where the limestone was taken to build that lighthouse that we just saw, and also built our Supreme Court buildings in Perth and our beautiful Perth Mint. And there's a bus stop coming up here, folks, for our Hop On Hop Off Explorer, and it's number 10 Strickland Bay. And would you believe the beach is a 900-metre walk? You're probably wondering, why would you want to walk 900 metres when you've got all these other bus stops that are very, very close to the water? Well, the reason is that Strickland Bay is one of the best surfing spots in the world. It's listed in the top 50 and was the site, in fact, of the May 2021 Rip Curl World Surfing Championships. Unfortunately, at that time we had COVID, so there were no spectators allowed, but it was live streamed on a couple of social media platforms. But it was interesting, not long after I started guys, I was doing the Explorer, hop on, hop off. Picked up a couple of young guys at Strickland Bay. They were so excited. They couldn't wait to tell me that they had the best surfing experience of their lives. They were the only two humans out there. The surf was absolutely perfect. And the bonus for them was they got to share it with about 25 bottlenose dolphins. And as they took off in each wave, there was 4 or 5 dolphins that were taking off on the same waves, surfing in. And there were 4 little babies right out the back, when they were out the back waiting for the next waves to come through. They were coming up within about 2 meters, checking out what these humans were. So I think that's a story that those lads will be sharing with their future children and future grandchildren. Just amazing. Folks, the dimensions of Rottnest, we are 11.4 kilometres wide, east to west. And 4 kilometres the other way. So, you're going to think about hiring a bike, riding out to West End, which is incorporating some of the other beautiful bays and beaches. Probably going to be doing about 25 kilometres on the day. But just keep in mind that does require a certain fitness level. Not sure you can do that. You can always hire an e-bike available on the island, or even easier, you can jump on the hop on, hop off Explorer. We do have a fantastic whale watching season, September, October, November. What the whales do, what they're doing at the moment, is they head up north to have their young, and they come back down very close to the West Australian coast, very close to Rottnest, with their babies heading back to the Antarctic. So I have to say the 3 best spots are out at West End, also Ricey Beach, and also City of York Bay. Now, on the other side of this hill is Rocky Bay, where Mum and Dad used to bring us for our school holidays. And folks, a couple of times a week we would ride our bikes in, my mate and I, into the settlement, go and check out the local talent, go and watch the movie. By the time we got back out here, it was about 10 o'clock, maybe a bit later. Pretty tired by now, pushing into about a 25 knot sea breeze. And in the distance, at night, you would see my mum and dad's boat, because my beautiful late mum, guess what she would do, folks? She would leave the light on. How many ladies have done that for your kids at home? Yeah? Fantastic. I remember one time we came back from the movies, left our bikes outside the old post office, came back, and they were gone. I thought, oh no. Had a look around, eventually looked inside the old post office, and somebody, thinking they were doing us a good turn, had locked them up for the night. So we had no way of getting back out here at that time of night. So we went around to the local police station, knocked on his door, not sure how well we were going to be received late at night, explained to him what had happened and said, look, would you mind giving us a lift? He said, yep, no worries boys, come around the back. Guess what was around the back, folks? A paddy wagon. And who do they put in a paddy wagon? People that they arrest. People that have played up. So anyway, he unlocks the back door, in we get, into the back. Puts the padlock on. That was a very disconcerting feeling. Grand Island tour heading west at Narrowneck. And halfway out here, folks, I said to my mate Phil, just imagine what our parents would be thinking now if they knew where we were in the back of the police van. They would be wondering, what did those boys get up to? But anyway, he was fantastic, that policeman, dropped us off. And I think, probably like a lot of you folks, that one good turn deserves another. So the next day we took him in 6 cooked crayfish. And he was very happy with that, I can tell you. Folks, I'm going to show you where Mum and Dad's mooring was for 35 years. This mooring was actually gifted to my dad. This chap had a spare mooring down at Geordie Bay. I can still remember that afternoon, my dad and this chap Victor talking about this mooring. It's the one on the extreme left there, folks, right tucked up in the corner. And Victor asked Dad if he wanted the mooring, and Dad said, oh, that would be fantastic. So the next day, we took this chap's boat around to Geordie Bay, and a big winch on the front of it. It's a big 50-foot timber classic. I mean, back in 1969, they were all timber in those days. It was before fiberglass. And we get around to Geordie Bay, and he winches this mooring up, probably about 1.5 meters below the surface. And we came around to Rocky Bay at about 5 knots, and he said to Dad, where would you like it? And Dad nominated the spot, and that was where our mooring was for 35 years. So my dad's mooring, would you believe, was the number 6 mooring at Rocky Bay. And now there's over 180 moorings, folks. So there were very few boats that were going into Rocky Bay at that point. And it was just an absolute privilege to be able to go there for 3 weeks for our school holidays. So we go fishing every day. We catch crays every day. We'd have to send some of the crays back because the fridge wasn't big enough to hold them. So my brother would go down to Fremantle and pick up crayfish. And my mate Phil and I, we were given responsibility to do with everything crayfish. It included catching the bait, putting the bait in the pots, setting the pots, which was very important. You had to look for good spots. And pulling those pots the next morning, sizing the crayfish because they all had to be legal limit, and then giving them to Mum. Mum would cook them, and then we get a chance to eat some of them, which was the best part. One day we came into Marjorie Bay, which is just off to the right here, looking for some new territory. We found this hole, and we thought, okay, will we chance it? Because there was actually a chance that maybe we wouldn't get the pot back. It was that difficult. Anyway, we were young, we thought we'll do it. Came back the next morning. We always had a glass bottom bucket on board. You could actually put that on the water and you could see where the cray pot was and if it was hooked around a reef or anything. And folks, you will not believe what I saw. It was just amazing. I focused on the cray pot. All I could see was a mass of crayfish feelers coming out through the top of the cray pot out the side. Now folks, have a guess how many crayfish were in that pot? 10. More than 10? Any more guesses?
20.
Folks, we had 39 crayfish in that pot. It was a normal regulation size pot, but they were all stacked on top of each other. That was the good news. The bad news was 36 of them were undersized and went back. And that's absolutely okay. We had 3 very big crays in that pot, because keep in mind you can only keep 8 per day. But what an experience that was. As the pot came over the side, all you could hear was this noise. Anyone know what that was? Crayfish tails clapping. It was amazing. Now the natural predator of the crayfish, folks, anybody know what it is? Octopus. So what the ockies do is they crawl into the pot, they'll identify crayfish, and they wrap their tentacles around it, and they emit an enzyme which turns that shell from being very, very hard to very, very soft. And in doing so, that octopus can then get a tentacle into the crayfish tail, one into the head, and they literally suck everything out of that crayfish. It's clinical. So when you pull that cray pot the next day, and you see this crayfish sitting in the pot, it looks normal. And then when you pick it up, there's just no weight attached to it at all. It's just amazing. Now folks, out to the left is Cathedral Rocks, West End. That's where the Australian fur sails live. If you've got really good eyesight, you might be able to see little black bodies bobbing up and down in the water or on Cathedral Rocks, but that's where they live. There is a viewing platform just around to the left there, folks. There's a known secret for you folks. Rottnest has a crocodile resident. Anybody heard that before?
No.
Now if you don't believe me, look straight ahead and tell me what you see. Crocodile Rock? Ah! Doesn't it? Look at those waves out there, folks. Aren't they just beautiful? And folks, with these rocks that are closest to it on the right hand side, who can see the dog sitting down looking at its food bowl? You see it? No. On the right hand side? Some of you might see it. Might see a hippopotamus with its mouth open. Cove out the right hand side there, folks, that's called Mabel Cove. It's named after one of the daughters of one of our long serving governors. In fact, he had 8 daughters and 1 wife, and he named a lot of the bays and beaches after his family. So you've got Mabel Cove, Nancy Cove, Geordie Bay, Catherine Bay, and others, Fays Bay. One of his daughters must have fallen out of favour. Her name was Joan, because she wasn't named after a beautiful bay or a beach. She was named after a rock. Joan Rock. Now, how would you feel, girls, if your siblings were named after beautiful bays and beaches and you got named after a rock? I think she would have been a little bit annoyed with that one. Folks, 40 kilometres out is where the continental shelf drops off. Going back in the early 60s, there was a chap on his boat at Rottnest and he thought, I'm just going to go out there and see if there's any fish. Very, very deep water, so it's not fishing where you drop a line, but he started trawling. He started catching marlin. Word got out every weekend. Also, sometimes during the week, there were boats out there catching these marlin. Back in those days, they would catch and keep, whereas now it's called catch and release, so you're not allowed to keep them. Sometimes they put a tag on now, also for scientific purposes, but there's still plenty of marlin out there. In fact, the Fremantle Sailing Club each year have a regatta. There's normally about half a dozen boats that go out to what's called the trench, where the shelf drops off. And the last time they were out, they got 6 big marlin over the weekend, which they released, but one of them was so big they brought it alongside and put a tape measure over it as best they could, estimated that fish to be well over 250 kilos. I think the person, the fisherman that was on the end of the rod, I think he would have slept very well for the next few nights. He would have been absolutely exhausted. Rigged up again, and at 2:30 had a second strike. Would you believe it? At 7:30 at night, it was 5 hours later, we had that fish alongside. Of course, 7:30 at night, the sun is starting to go down. We needed to get back into Rocky Bay, and back in those years there were no lights on the market, so we ended up getting my dad on the radio. Dad organised for some torches to be put on the bottom of the top marker, and at 9:30 at night we came folks, you'll see a green and a red marker. You see that out there, just to the left? That's where we had to come through. The norwesterly change actually that was following us in, which means that there was the possibility of waves breaking through that passage, so I can tell you we were very much on high alert as we came through. I was sitting up on top looking backwards just to make sure there were no waves that were coming. But that rock out there that you can see on the left hand side, that was where one of the lights was placed and the other one was plopped on the land. So lots of great memories. Keeping in mind Dad's mooring was number 6. Have a look at how many moorings are out there now. Just amazing. Explorer, I'll pull over at the memorial. Now, any folks from New South Wales on the bus? Fantastic. So you'll know the Hawkesbury River and Bobbin Head and those beautiful Halverson boats that were built there. So there was a chap here called Roland Smith, and Roland did a lot of work in this particular area of the island to do with moorings and navigational leads and markers. When he died in 1972, some boaties got together and built this memorial to him, including a caricature of his boat called the Pollyanna, which was a 60-foot Halverson. Absolutely magnificent vessel, and would you believe the current owners have just spent over $1 million on that boat, restoring it to its original condition. Explorer travelling through Narrowneck East. So absolutely magnificent boats, and when I was 11, I had the good fortune of going to the eastern states with Mum and Dad. We went all over Australia and New South Wales. We went up the Hawkesbury to Bobbin Head, and I saw these Halverson boats being built. Now, 11 years of age, folks, you're too young to fall in love with a young lady, but I tell you what, I fell in love with these boats. I was absolutely obsessed by them, and to the point where I got married, a couple of kids, it was time to buy a boat. As I'm searching, I couldn't believe it, there was a Halverson for sale in Perth, and my childhood dream was realised. I ended up buying this boat. It was just, it was fantastic. So we'd come across, rendezvous with Mum and Dad on their mooring. We'd have to make sure the weather was good because they're primarily river boats, so they've got a very round bilge and they do pop around in the water, so we'd always have to make sure the weather was good. But we just had some fantastic holidays over here. Just had our 2 young boys at that point, and then went on to have Stephanie and Matthew. So all 4 of our kids have actually grown up at Rottnest on the boat during holidays. That little bit of construction work over there, folks. There's toilets and showers being built there for the boaties up at Narrowneck. And this area that we're in now is actually called Narrowneck. If you look at a map, you'll see that it's very narrow. It's only 220 metres across from Rookie Bay on the left to Strickland Bay on the right. Everyone doing okay? Yeah, good.
Nap time.
Sorry?
Nap time.
I didn't hear that.
Nap time.
Oh, nap time. No naps on this bus. Folks, because of this beautiful island, it probably accounts for the fact that Western Australia has over 100,000 registered boat owners. In fact, more per head of population than any other state in Australia. So if somebody's buying a boat, they want to learn. Oh, there's a huge snake on the road, folks. It's just a snake in front of you. It's a snake. It's a snake.
Oh no! No!
Wasn't listening. Sorry about that, folks. I did my best to
save it.
That bus running over.
Racing is bus entering Narrowneck.
It's very unfortunate. That's not very good. So unfortunately, sometimes that does happen, but we do do try and absolutely minimise any loss of animal life on the island, including the quokkas. They can be very skittish when it comes to big vehicles and crossing the road, so we just have to really be very, very careful. Anyway, folks, back to boat ownership. Over 100,000 boat owners. If somebody buys a boat, they want to know how to get to Rottnest. The Department of Transport do a great job. About 3 times a year there are convoys out of Fremantle and also Hillary's Boat Harbour where you can actually follow the lead boat. They do promote it on social media. There's normally about 10 or 15 boats that follow the lead boat. So the lead boat will bring them over and then show them how to get into 3 or 4 of the more popular bays. Each of those vessels should have a plotter, which means that they can record the path over. So the next time they come, they can bring that up on their plotter and they'll know how to get here. The only other thing that they need to consider, very importantly, is the weather, because the stretch of water between Rottnest and the coast can become savage, I can tell you. And if you do underestimate the water, the ocean, then you do so at your own peril. If you don't respect it, the ocean will have a way of building respect into you, I can guarantee that one. Now also, folks, there are 980 moorings on the island. These are all owned and controlled by the Rottnest Island Authority. If you want to go into a particular bay and you want a mooring there, you can go onto a waiting list. That waiting list will be anywhere from 2 years up to close to 20 years, depending on the bay. Now with our boat, we opted not to do that, but to be a part of what's called the shared mooring system. And we just pay a fee in line with the length of our boat. We put a 12-metre fiberglass, and we pay just under $1,200 a year, and then we can go and pick up any unused mooring that is designed for a 12-metre plus vessel. If the person that holds the license on the mooring turns up, we just go and pick up another mooring. So it's a great system because it does put money into the whole system, which means that then those moorings can be maintained. And the Rottnest Island Authority appointed a private contractor many years ago to do just that. So that's all they do, 12 months of the year, go from one mooring to the next, making sure that all those moorings are safe. Folks, we're going to stop here for a quick quokka search. Hopefully there will be some that will oblige, and you can get that nice quokka selfie.
Thank you.
Okay.
As much as I like to search for quokkas, I don't want to encounter snakes. Jeez, these quokkas are hard to find. Well, like I said, as much as I would love to search for you quokkas, I don't want to encounter any notorious animal that I do not have time to encounter. Example, snake, poisonous snake. Not interested. Okay, how far do you go to find goddamn quack? Not even one quack. Well, the landscape is not too bad. The terrain. I wonder where all these hills lead. I think waste of time, to be honest. Okay, I have tried for you guys. No quokkas. Oh, I need to retrace back my steps. Oh, how did I come up? Unfortunately, no quokkas. Sorry guys, better off next time. Okay, I have gone to the deepest depths of the forest. No quokkas. Better luck next time. Alright folks, it is unfortunate. How did I get here? Possibly this way. Because I don't want to find something else that I am not supposed to find just because I'm looking for a bloody ass quack. Yeah, let me quickly get back to... Jeez. Oh my goodness. Jeez, what? Damn it, the bus is leaving. What? I thought the bus was leaving. Finally found one. Oh.
Graham.
Yeah. Quokka. Thank you.
We got everybody now?
Yep. Sorry.
Okay. You would think we've got everybody. Can anybody notice anyone missing or running behind the bus? I think we can go.
Yeah, I was running behind the bus.
Well, you've had your exercise now.
Yeah. Geez, only one quokka in the whole island.
They're all asleep, all those Quokkas. If you just look out to the left here, folks, we've got the beautiful Stark Bay. It's named after James Stark, one of our long-term administrators. And just after these trees, if you look out to the left, you'll get an even better view of Stark Bay. Very popular with boaties and also with families swimming on that beach. As we go around this corner, just look back to the left, you'll see a beautiful view of Stark Bay, Rocky Bay and Marjorie Bays. And you'll see lots of moorings without boats on them. I can promise you that during the busy season, all of those moorings have a boat on them. Folks, one of the most beautiful beaches on the island is Ricey Beach. It's just forward to the left there a little bit. It's called Ricey Beach because we get these miniature cowrie shells washing up on the shore, resembling grains of rice, hence the name Ricey. That is fully protected by reef, very, very safe for swimming. Also a great spot for whale watching during September, October, November. Folks, if you look out to the right, you'll see the lighthouse. That's the one that we went up to. The very tragic tale involving That lighthouse happened on the 12th of July 1899. There was a boat called the City of York. It was on its 90th day out of San Francisco. It was fully laden with timber and timber and bound for the Swan River settlement. Unfortunately, there was a misunderstanding between the skipper of the boat and the lighthouse keeper. The skipper of the boat thought that there was a lot more water in front of him, because lighthouses are normally positioned on the coast. Just one moment, folks. Excuse me. Can you always keep on the left-hand side of the road, please? Thank you. And what happened was the skipper kept coming. He thought that he had plenty of water in front of him. Unfortunately, he ran aground. Did a magnificent job in getting his 26 crew safely to shore, but then made the fatal decision to select 10 men. He went as well, to go out in a little small craft to try and salvage some of the timber doors and the timber. That little lifeboat got hit by a couple of big waves, and those 11 men were lost. And it must have been a really awful night, weather-wise, because another boat just south of Fremantle, called the Castle Craig, was lost with 26 souls on board. As a result, at the Fremantle Cemetery, there are a couple of plaques commemorating the City of York loss of life, and also the Castle Craig loss of life. And that brought on the second lighthouse at Bathurst Point in the Thompson Bay area, so that ships on this side of the island could get a much, much better understanding of exactly where they were. So just around this corner, and around about 700 metres out to the left, is where the City of York lay. Now where that limestone rock is directly ahead of us, folks, you can just see someone's helmet just on the other side of it. That would be the best viewing position for watching whales during September, October, November. So if you come back during those months, I'm going to try and get that spot and sit there for a couple of hours, you'll see literally dozens of whales going past. And on the left here, this is called Catherine Bay. It's one of our favourite bays to come to as well. When my beautiful wife turned 60 on the 11th of April, we came over to Rottnest. That was a Thursday. We had my daughter, her husband, and my two beautiful little granddaughters on board. We had 2 nights there. And Catherine Bay is always very good for catching crays. Well, we set the pots the first night. Guess what? The next morning we had none. And I had my other 3 boys coming across on the Saturday with their wives and girlfriends and partners on the Saturday for a special birthday lunch for Rennie. And so we set the pots again that night, Friday night, and on the Saturday morning. We had 11 beautiful big crayfish in the pots. So there was enough to give everybody a feed. What a great day we had that though. It was just wonderful. We were supposed to come over this week actually, but the weather hasn't been great, so we just have to wait until the weather improves a little bit. We do actually prefer the winter months because some days you do get beautiful clear skies, no wind, and it's the best boating season. And very few boats over here. We still swim and walk every day. It's just a paradise. Take a left turn here, and we are going to head out and have a look at Little Salmon Bay, which is also one of our marine sanctuaries. Now folks, who's old enough to remember 1987 America's Cup defence of Fremantle? Anybody? Australia back in the 80s was known as the Wild West. I don't know whether any of you remember that, but there were a couple of businessmen that could not get a mooring at Rottnest. And they enlisted a couple of special air services underwater explosives experts to blow a hole in the reef at Catherine Bay so they could bring their boats in, would you believe? I'm going to show you exactly where that explosion occurred. So folks, on the right you can see one of those big triangles, and we know what that's for. A little bit of flotsam and jetsam on the left hand side here by the look of it. So we've got the triangle on the right, and if you look down on the land there you'll see that other triangle, and around about now it's quite difficult to see where the sun is positioned. There are two sticks out beyond that reef which signal where the explosion occurred. Can anybody see them? Yeah. So that's where you come in to get into Catherine Bay. Now those two businessmen, one of them was Laurie Connell. Anyone care to guess who the other one was? Alan Bond, correct? So the explosion was heard on the mainland, folks, 19 kilometres away. It was massive. But there was nothing that was reported in the newspaper, nothing on the TV, nothing on the radio, no one spoke about it, no charges. Yeah, it was the Wild West, don't worry about that. So out to the left there you've got Little Armstrong Bay, very beautiful for snorkeling and swimming. Normally there are no waves breaking over that reef. I can promise you, very similar to Parker Point, if you were to dive underneath that reef you would literally see lobster, crayfish, whatever you want to call them, literally crawling over the top of each other. It is incredible. But again, because it is a marine sanctuary, not allowed to keep them, not allowed to catch them. Little Armstrong Bay, look at that magnificent little rocky alcove, folks. Isn't that just beautiful? Folks, it's called Defence Road. About a kilometre down is where we have what's called Pink Lake. Very famous, especially with international visitors. And the reason it turns pink is because in February, March, when a lot of the lake has evaporated, the algae is at its most active, and that lake turns bright pink, quite spectacular. Now, coming up on the right, folks, this is one of our 12 salt lakes. Depending on the time of the year, they will be between 4 to 7 times saltier than the ocean, so they're way too salty for fish. However, there is a little creature that absolutely thrives in there. It's called a brine shrimp. That brine shrimp forms the primary food source for the 155 resident and migratory birds at Rottnest. Now, my favourite bird, it's quite an incredible bird, this one, is called a stint. It flies 13,000 k's from Siberia. So I think everybody has an understanding of how cold the winters are in Siberia. So the birds head to Rottnest Island when it starts getting cold. And before they leave, they weigh about 42 grams. By the time they get to Rottnest, they weigh about 20 grams. So they lose more than half their body weight. When they get here over the summer, their goal is to build themselves up again, eating the brine shrimp, insect larvae, mosquitoes, get themselves up to around that 42 grams, and then guess what they do? They fly back again. Yep. They do fly in flocks of 300 to 400, so I guess to an extent there is safety in numbers, but gee, what an incredible bird. Built-in radar, does make you wonder where do they stop, where do they eat, how many do they lose on the way. It's just incredible. Folks, just around the corner here, the spectacular UHD Bay, incredibly popular with boaties. This is where you'll wait nearly up to 20 years to get a mooring. Very popular accommodation as well. This accommodation, they're all 2-bed, 1 bar. The ones that you see directly in front of us are all being renovated at the moment. They all have their own individual balcony. Isn't that just beautiful? Now folks, about 5 weeks ago, would you believe there was a 3-metre tiger shark in here? How about that? A bloke had just suited up with his wetsuit, goggles, snorkel, flippers, jumps off the back of his boat, and there's a 3-metre tiger shark directly in front of him. He was very quickly back on his boat, I can tell you. And the people that were on their balconies here, some of them got some good footage, and he came in along the shore. That's all very disturbed now with this
David, where would you like
people in there waist-deep water that all got out of the water pretty quickly. That was just amazing. And before all this accommodation was built, those rocks on the other side there, we'd come out here fishing from Thompson Bay. All of these were built during the mid-1970s. So these should all be finished for next summer. If you look at accommodation at UHD Bay with those there during the summertime, they're about $3,400 for a week. So if you can squeeze in a couple of families, it's not too bad, really. So UHD Bay is it's a bit of a hub too, because you've got adjoining, you've got Phase Bay and also Longreach Bay, which has one of the longest beaches on the island also, and very popular with boaties. If you're staying on the island for a few days, folks, make sure you do come out to UHD. There's a little coffee shop, restaurant, general store, also a good playground for the kids. A few Quokkas around the place too. Big wind turbine, folks, that was put in 2004, 20 years ago. It is due for replacement now, but as it stands, it does give us about 30% of our power. And that turbine, combined with the 8,000 solar panels currently at the airport, saves about 650,000 litres of diesel a year that would normally be used with those 8 big generators that operate out of the program site. folks, that little house that you see there was actually built for Robert Thompson. So Thompson Bay in the main settlement area was named after him. He was a very prominent gentleman during the days of the agriculture. He had about 100 acres allocated to him. Also ran sheep as well. And when that whole agriculture exercise failed, he thought, what can I do? I've got my wife and kids here living on the island. So he turned his efforts to salt mining. So the causeway that you can see out to the right, that was the one that we came down from Oliver Hill to go back into the main bus stop area. That was built by the Aboriginal labour. They did a fantastic job. What Robert Thompson would do, he would mine about a tonne of salt per week, and by horse and cart they would take it down to the boats that were bringing over supplies and taking back salt, and then it would be sold throughout Western Australia. At that point it was the only salt mining business in WA, and by all accounts for that reason was very lucrative. If you look straight ahead, folks, to the left a little bit, there is a little structure on top of that hill. That's the Fleming Lookout. It's about a 5-minute walk from the main bus stop, so we're nearly at the end of our tour. We do have a little bit of time, definitely worth walking up there. It is a magnificent view. You see most of the salt lakes from that particular vantage point. And also, if we've got any golfers on board, if you look out to the left, it's one of the greens of our 9-hole golf course, very popular with big companies that maybe bring customers over for the day. They can come over, play around at golf. If they're staying the night, they can go fishing the next day. So very good for relationship building. The greens do remain green 12 months of the year because all the treated water on the island actually goes onto the greens, which is great. And with all the rubbish on the island, folks, none of it is left here. It's all compacted, put on the barge, taken back to the mainland for disposal. Garden Lake on the left there. And those big cotton palms down the bottom there, folks, behind those, when they were actually planted by the original settlers, and behind those they attempted to grow fruit and vegetables very unsuccessfully. Up and personal with some quokkas, these trees on the left hand side here that I pointed out earlier. This time of the day there are generally quokkas accumulating. Or, of course, you've got outside the bakery, always guaranteed to be there. Oh, there we are. Back to the main bus stop. On behalf of the Pinnacle Travel Group and Quokka Coaches, folks, I do want to thank you for using our service today. You've been a beautiful crowd, very responsive, and I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, folks, and I do wish you well for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. At this time of the day, also they accumulate underneath these big Moreton Bay figs. You might see a few drunk quokkas around the place, folks, if they stay here too long. Folks, if you do want something to eat, if you go straight ahead and turn left, that will take you into the main settlement area. We're just going to go very softly here. If people can keep an eye out on the left, that would be appreciated. This lady can do a do.
Yeah, keep your phone in front of you.
Let me know if it goes anywhere near the wheels, will you?
I don't want to try.
How are we doing on the left, folks?
Good.
Everyone's going home by the look of it. There we go. Thanks again, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, just came out of the Fremantle station, so I am headed towards the sunset. The roundhouse for the sunset viewing today. That is the spot I have chosen for today. So yeah, GPS is off and it has guided me to this area. They have some cool old buildings on here. You can actually go in. Oh, sorry, jeez. But yeah, I wouldn't worry myself because I don't know what it is for now. So yeah, the sun is about to set in about 9 minutes, but I need the specific location for the sunset viewing. Okay, yeah, I found it. Yeah, that area down there is the specific location, and yeah, there are people there. Okay, let me quickly do a short video on this roundhouse and I will get back to you guys. How round can it go? Oh yeah, it is actually round. There is nothing on here. And yeah, I believe that area is basically another site on its own, which I won't bother too much about. Yes, from Rottnest Island to Fremantle. Rather than me returning to Perth, I said let me come on here. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the person who moved out of the way. But what I have to do is I need to go down and then go down again, turn right, and see if I can meet up with, I don't know what I'm meeting up. Oh dear. I don't have enough battery left. It has been a bloody full-on day, but I need to go down there. So basically no time. Yep, so basically no time at all. So I'll need to probably descend quite fast. Problem is, even if you descend quite fast, the navigation system is a problem. How do you find the right way without trial and error? I should have done like this so that you guys can see all of these. Oh, sorry. I don't know where they were running to, but yeah. Don't want anybody to collect more. So what is happening is I believe who are those? These, I believe if you go straight up, just straight up, you will find hello, how are you? Don't know where that inside leads, but I believe it's just an inside. So yeah. Okay, I think I found where I'm going. So I am on the run to catch the sun set on the other side. It's quite good. It's not too bad. So there is a ditch on here, and the sun is setting on that other side. It said stop, but I saw some people going down there, so maybe close without notice. Blah 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 blah. Can I go?
G'day, mate.
Hello. Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Giving me a license to move. So, well, from the top you can see the sun. I'll need to navigate my way back. it's too cloudy for sunset at the moment, but we tried. Yeah, the sun sets down in that direction, so not too sure what type of sunset I was expecting. But anyways, better than nothing. So yeah, I believe that's probably the last of what I have to do here in Perth, which is the roundhouse sunset. Not going inside the roundhouse, not interested, to be honest. I'm more than exhausted. I believe the Rottnest Island tour is more than enough work already with what we have covered. No stopping, no stopping. Keep moving. So yeah, let me also remember to show you guys what's happening on this side. This is the port. I believe this is where you don't disembark here, you disembark on the other side, and then you get your way through here. So yes, you disembark on the other side. On the other side? Okay, no, on this side. So the Max Line ship MSC container ship is on the other side. So yeah, it's still on the same side. Anyways. So yeah, sun has set. Over the horizon, and the lights at the wharf or the port is on. My friend here going to catch some fish. Who are thou? Except for what has been covered. Hello. Don't worry, it's not on 5x zoom, so I can't see you. Yeah, just some couples waving. So when I'm on 1x zoom, can't see him. If I go on 5x zoom, then yes, I have the ability to see him then. But yeah. Plus, I'm carrying something on another hand, so it's not as easy as it is, zooming in, zooming out, as I would have loved to zoom in and zoom out easily on what's going on that side, so that you guys can see. But it's enough pain already for me carrying what I'm carrying from the major trip. Coming on here. So yeah, there's this zoomed in view, plus the wind has picked up. intensity of the wave has begun to pick up. It has begun. Has begun. Began. It has begun. I don't know which bird creature that is. Distance. I didn't even know that I've reached my destination. So yeah, this is where they do the sunset anyways. But so much for coming late to the party. So this is where you stand and view the sunset. Yeah, it was quite impossible to have taken the 4 p.m. ferry to Perth and then taking another train to Fremantle and then walking up here. So yeah, that's the direction of the sunset. It's not actually from the lighthouse, but there you have it. I have done my best. I have tried. Alright folks, that is the end of the video. Yes, thank you guys for tuning in, and yeah, thank you very much for coming late to the party. This is straight from Rottnest. It's not easy, but anyways, thank you guys very much for your patience and whatever it might be. Oh, somebody just got a fish. Wow, nice. Well done, bro. So I was looking at this ferry. Yeah, I believe it's going to Rottnest Island or something. Yeah, somebody caught a fish. Anyways, that's the end of my trip with you guys. So a very big thank you to each and every single one of you once again for watching, and Yep, if you enjoyed, hit that like button. It does help a lot. Yeah, and if you're new, we do things like this on a daily basis, so please pledge your allegiance to us as we continue to bring you guys the best of the interesting things. Now today, there is, please kindly support our efforts. Pledge your allegiance to us so that the numbers can reflect the hard work and the quality